Now you know how it scares you, Bobby, when you do that. All right. Welcome to the June 4th budget meeting. I would ask you to silence your phones, everyone in the room. Commissioners, make sure you turn your mic on. At this time, I would ask if there's any visitors that would like to address this committee at this time. You have 3 minutes.
Linda Noe, 2343 Joe Stevens Road, Morristown. You've got some big decisions tonight, and some of the decisions you make tonight will affect what you're looking at in the future on this budget. What I want to comment tonight is to state that there are a number of ways to wipe out the current county budget deficit and provide services and appropriate raises for county employees without a tax increase. One way would be to do what City Council did. A City Council member turned to the City Administrator and said, you know, you've presented this budget with a tax increase, go back and present a budget that's balanced with no tax increase. In a short period of time, on Tuesday, City Administrator Andrew Ellard came back with a budget that was balanced and no tax increase, and they voted on first reading. He did it by making some cuts, postponing some expenditures, and pulling some money from fund balance for one-time expenditures. A second way, and perhaps the easiest way, and most responsible way for County Commission to address the deficit and pending tax increase if everything is funded, is to do exactly what Bill Britton did in the past. Britton knew that the school board historically lowballs its sales tax revenue. And they've done it again this year, as they have for the past decades. By lowball, you might say, well, why do they lowball it? Well, they lowball it because they know that no matter what they put in as sales tax revenue, they're going to get 1/2 of all city and county sales tax revenue. But when you lowball it, like they've done this year, and then it comes in an extra $2 million or so, they get to keep that. It can't be used for the county to help our deficit, because once you give it to them, or once state law requires that they get it, you've lost control. So what Bill Britton did was he couldn't pull the sales tax back. He accepted the fact they would get all that sales tax, say $22 million. But he could swap it or take back some of the property tax that the county provides for the school board. And that's exactly what he did. They're going to get this. We're going to pull back some property tax. Nobody's hurt. But now the county general fund has money to address its monetary needs. A simple swap doesn't hurt the schools.
Thank you,
but
Ms.
helps
Noy.
the county.
Time's up.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Anyone else address the committee? Seeing none, we have no old business. We'll move down to new business, and what I want to do, I want to skip down, and we're going to go to 4C first. And what that is the Hammond County School budget. They brought us a balanced budget, so we are going to vote that. We ended the other night. The vote was 7-3. Come to find out, we could have accepted that because the people did abstain. So you don't have to have the 8 votes to pass it.
Mr. Chairman, I do want to apologize to the commission because that was an error on my part. I stated that. We had done that previously, but when you abstain with cause, that reduces the the majority vote and reduces the membership. So that was in my error, and yes, we could have accepted that vote the other night.
Okay, so, thank you, Mr. Mayor. So what we'll do, we'll get a motion. I need a motion to pass the Hamilton County School Board of Education budget as presented, balanced.
Motion to approve.
Motion by Mr. Harville. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second by Mrs. Ahern. Is there any discussion? Ms. Howe? Ms. Howe, that wouldn't be there because we don't know how much sales tax is gonna be.
Pass them around. Pass, take one and pass. Mr. Hardy, if you don't care, give Mr. Thank you.
We worry about maintenance of effort every time the school comes up and says something. And so of our citizens, if they pay their property tax and they buy their loaf of bread at the local market, they too have contributed. And and I admire, it's like the mayor, he lowballs the income and worries about the expenses. That's what we should be doing. But, so the school, and if the sales tax, good golly, and if the sales tax comes in at, 2 million extra that we could use for the rest of our citizens, we need to look at that.
Ms. Howe, I think, what you're saying, I understand what you're saying, but I believe that will come when we get down to the nitty-gritty of funding the budget. We'll address that issue of how much you might take or not take.
All right, promise?
You're sitting there with a microphone. I'll make sure you get off
Okay.
the phone.
Well, if we approve this now and we come back later, we can
We can take a look at that real close.
adjust. Is that what you're saying, Rodney?
Yes.
Yes, you can make those discussions on June the 8th, in fact, excuse me, June the 15th. You'll go through and do the budgets, the fund balances in each one.
Yes, sir,
And
thank
you can do that in budget. I believe we can bring that discussion then. I believe that's correct. I mean, yes.
Can't be a sort of maybe, it's gotta be a.
Well, I understand it can be a discussion, and you know, that part of that discussion can take place. I mean, our maintenance of effort is met, and we don't have to pay any more. It is met. They're not asking for any more from us, and the suggestion is to take away. Yes, it's there. They're going to use fund balance this year to fund their school without asking us for anything else. Maintenance of effort gets you to a point. Their need is still there just as anybody. What this does is maintain them, not asking us. And if we start taking away, they're going to start asking for us. So you pay now or you pay later. And that's the way that's going to work. Yes, our maintenance of effort is not going to be touched. We're ahead in our maintenance of effort. It may take several years to come back to where our maintenance of effort has to go up. I do not recommend raising any maintenance of effort. I do not. But playing with property tax is just that. Their needs are there too. And this year, for example, they're balancing their budget by using fund balance. How do they get fund balance? Excess sales tax. Keeps them from coming back to us. That's how I look at that. And I'd love to keep that at bay and them not come back to us with a demand that we can't meet. So there's other ways that we're gonna try to balance this budget for you. I'm just letting you know, there is other ways.
Okay, thank you, sir, thank you.
And I would ask you to keep in mind that once you pull sales tax from the school system and the economy takes a sales tax, excuse me, the economy takes a dive, then they're gonna come back to you wanting money. Okay? Ms. Green?
Let me clarify that. We're not asking to look at sales tax. Peggy and I discussed this before we came in. We're asking you to look at 8 cents of the property tax.
We
Just
understand that,
Wait
Ms.
a minute,
Green.
just a minute, please. Let me finish if you don't care, sir. We're asking to do the same thing that Mayor Britton done. He did a swap. He did a fantastic job. It was a win-win deal. We do
Absolutely.
not, if you'll let me finish, please. We do not want to take their sales tax. Their sales tax, thanks to Miss Amanda helping me find it this morning, and she's very knowledgeable what she does. It has increased every year. The sheets that we passed around to you are the same sheets that Mr. Bunch gave us that show exactly how much their sales tax has gained every year since 23. It has increased. It has not went down. With the growth that Hamlin County has had, no doubt in my mind, I agree with Ms. Hale's assessment. It'll at least be $22 million, not counting the grants that the school system gets that they put in for, and they deserve. I'm not saying they don't deserve it. But what we're saying, we're not wanting sales tax for the simple fact, I think there's a law to that effect, that they get half of everything, if I remember correctly reading the TCA code.
I
But-
misspoke when I said that, because I know what,
Okay, you're
what you
human.
and Miss Noe is wanting is their property tax.
Well, you're
But you
human.
will have to supplement that if the economy takes a dive. You need to
Economy's
understand
not gonna
that.
take a drive. Look at that.
Well, you're
Look
gonna
at the new
guarantee
homes.
that. So this is
I
a
am-
discussion that we will have later, okay?
Well, if you don't care, let me finish.
Is anybody
please.
else got anything to say?
Just want to say, we have looked at that. Former Mayor Britton did show us that. There was a different time. You know, there may come another year or so where we can actually do this, but right now I would not recommend. You never know.
We have a motion and a second on the floor. Any other discussion?
What is your motion? What is your motion?
Mr. Neesmith is to pass the school budget as presented to us
Okay, that's what I
as
wanna make
balanced,
sure.
okay?
I understand that part of it.
All those in, let's just do a roll call on it, Miss.
Yes. Oh, I'm sorry, I have to abstain due to cause.
With cause?
Yes. Excuse me, Mr. Chairman, I seconded.
You did second that, and that's my fault for letting that go. No, she can't second it,
Abstain.
so we will need a second.
I'll second.
Second by Mr. Walker. It's my fault. Now do the roll call, please.
Abstain due to cause.
Jamie Carden,
Yes.
Edna Green,
No.
Stan Harville,
Yes.
Bobby Hahn,
Yes.
Mr. Hall,
You have to abstain.
you'll have to abstain, Mr.
Sandy. She know what? Oh, she does. Yeah, abstain the cause.
Thank you, Mr. Horner.
Tim Horner,
Abstain with cause.
Peggy Howe,
No.
Rodney Lund,
Abstain with cause.
Wayne Neesmith,
No.
Mike Reed,
Abstain with cause.
Mike Richardson,
Yes.
Al Walker,
Yes.
four yes, five abstain with cause. Three no.
Motion carries. Be 2/3, that is correct.
Mr. Mayor, clarify the rule for me, please. Because I caught what you said and I caught what he said, so please clarify the rule for me. Does
The
it
rule?
take 2/3, is my
No,
question?
ma'am, it just takes a majority vote.
Okay,
Majority
Thank you.
vote of the committee, yes.
thank you. Thank you, sir.
Reduced by 1, 2, 3, 4, 4 members, and we've got 1 absent. So that majority, excuse me,
2 out.
2 out,
absent.
2 out, yes.
5 abstentions.
Got you.
Motion fails. All right, we'll move. Do what?
Need to set a motion aside and set it on the next agenda.
Okay. Do I have a motion to set aside
So moved.
Mr.
I can't.
You can't.
No, conflict of interest.
Again, setting the motion aside is different than voting on the actual budget.
Okay. So Mr. Hone, motion, do I have a second?
Second.
Second by Mr. Horner. Any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Now we will go to 4A, and this will be tab 58 in your book. As we start on these, I want to address something, and I want to make sure as we start moving on ways to try to save money. We have a large list here in front of us, but the first thing I would like to address is there's 3 on here that I think can be taken out of the OPID money. And what I need to do is make sure Ms. Hale and the mayor, I think that will give us guidance on all the rest of them. The Women's Jail to Work program and the Hamilton County Substance Abuse Coalition and the Stepping Out Ministries. Am I right that all goes to Helen? Not Stepping Out. Which other one is it?
Amanda, I can't hear you, honey, I'm sorry. Just
You know.
turn the mic on.
So Helen Ross McNabb, they have 3 lines on here. Helen Ross McNabb Center New Hope Assessment. This year's budget is $6,600. The Helen Ross McNabb Center Women's Jail to Work program is $200,000. And just below, down a few lines, is the Youth Emergency Shelter, which is also Helen Ross McNabb, and the budget is $2,800. Now, you could also, the Stepping Out Ministries that is listed could also be taken from the opioid abatement funds if you choose, and the Substance Abuse Coalition. So any of these organizations that are related to treatment could be used from the opioid funds.
The $200,000 work to jail has to be in place. It can't be cut, period. Right? Okay.
actually, I'm sorry, Chris. What we have done in the prior years is we fund them 200,000, but 100,000 has been coming from the opioid money and 100,000 from the general fund. So if you take the whole $200,000 out of the opioid money, then that helps the general fund 100,000.
I would think that we would need to vote on those individually if this commission wants to do that. Mr. Neesmith?
If you decide, while we're going on opioid money, if it's 200,000, what if we decide we just want to go 100,000 opioid?
Well,
Let them come up short with 100,000. There's nothing guaranteed they're gonna get 200,000.
I don't, yes, they have to have the 200,000 to operate on it. Am I right, Ms. Hale, Mayor?
That program has been in place for several years. It's our Jail to Work program, and I do believe we need to fund that. I do. And as Finance Director Amanda has told us, we've funded in the years past, instead of coming all of it out of general fund, we've split that since we've had opioid money, we've used half of it there and half of it in general fund. The suggestion is that you could fund it out of opioid money and leave the 100,000 in our general fund. That is
Legal to do that?
Yes, sir.
On these 4 items, the Helen Ross McNabb and the New Hope Ministries and the Stepping Out Ministries and substance abuse. There's 4 of them, isn't it?
Yes, but we would do the one first, and then if you all want to cut on the other ones, you would have that opportunity to reduce those. But the one we'd have to vote on first is the Jail to Work program. Ms.
Jail
Green,
work.
Ms. Green, you're first.
That first question is, being that opioid money, and I'm assuming we're talking about the fund that I asked you a question about the other night, that nothing could be done till a new committee was appointed.
No, ma'am, that's not true.
Okay, which one, clarify for me, please. Which one we're talking about?
This body is the ultimate goal of that opioid money. This body is who approves the spending of the opioid money. No one else. This body does. The previous opioid committee was a body that made recommendations only to this body. This body is the one that makes the motion.
So the decision now is going to be for the county commission instead of the opioid committee as it was in the past?
Currently, it flows through the finance committee, but in this case, this budget committee can do the same, yes.
Okay, will that release, and because I understood that it was going to be held, will that release those funds to be used in the manner that Chairman Long is talking about?
I don't know, release funds, ma'am, those are funds are ours that this body has jurisdiction over.
Let me clarify my question.
Yeah, please do.
I apologize to you. I didn't clarify my question to you, sir. The money that was supposed to come to us through the MOU agreement with the city of Morristown, will that be able to be counted in this to be used?
No,
Or
ma'am.
is it just the money?
Ma'am.
Wait a minute, let me finish, please.
I'm
Is-
telling you, it won't be. It
All
will
right,
not
so
be there.
It will just be the money that Hamlin County has at this point then?
That is correct.
That they've got?
That is correct.
Okay, that's what I need to know. Thank you, sir.
Mr. Richardson?
As a general statement, request, can we go down this list and identify entities that we have a contractual agreement to fund?
Yes, we could do that, but I wanted to get the money that,
Yeah.
get it out of the way, that what we could spend out of the open money first, and
That's fine.
then it gives us an
I'd like to
idea.
know
of-
what we are contractually obligated, with an agreement or something that says we have to fund this entity this much money. And if it's split with, or if we have matching funds on the city side.
Okay, Mr. Card?
How much do we actually have in the opioid fund?
Chairman, while she's looking that up, if they don't speak into their microphones, they can hear better. So I couldn't hardly hear Mr. Richardson, sir.
We have approximately $2,100,000. But all of that money is not unrestricted. Only, we have about 800,000 unrestricted, and the rest is restricted through the state and through the settlements through the pharmaceutical companies. So part of that, there's reporting that has to be done. You have to prove that you're using it towards abatement.
And I don't have the figures, but we also have obligations within that already in our funds that go out each year, as of right now.
We have a $51,000 commitment still to stepping out. The commission voted to approve funding to stepping out during this year, but we have been delayed in funding that because until the new Justice Center opened, they couldn't start their program. So I anticipate soon that stepping out will come needing the rest of their money.
Right. And there's some other entities also that will be coming back that we have funded in the past. Just letting you know, Breath of Life, and this commission will be taking those up as they come.
So like on the 800,000, if we were to take anything dedicated tonight from that, that's unrestricted, it can happen. Anything, I'm not saying we exceed that, but if we ever had to exceed that, that's got to go through the state for approvals for proper use. Right, okay.
Mr. Neesmith.
Amanda,
Well,
on,
can I, wait,
Wait just
I'm
a second.
sorry. So I have asked the state already, stepping out the Women's Jail to Work program and,
Youth Emergency Shelter.
no, there's three. I know already that the state will approve within the restricted money, the Women's Jail to Work and stepping out. I have already asked about those. So those wouldn't have to come out of the restricted money. I'm
Amanda,
sorry.
you said there were restrictions, so many is restricted, so much
Mm-hmm.
this money is restricted. Do you know what they are?
The amounts are the restrictions.
Okay, so you've got to have a committee set up to know what these restrictions are.
No, so we have three different categories of opioid funding. We have unrestricted, we have state abatement funds that are completely restricted, and then we have funds from the pharmaceutical companies that are somewhat restricted. So each one has different qualifications. The state abatement funds have to be specifically used on abatement programs, like the Women's Jail to Work program or stepping out.
Okay, so we actually need a committee set up on this then, don't we? Instead of getting rid of it, I think we need to have one so they'll know what these are.
Mr. Neesmith, we have a committee.
Hawkins,
Yes,
Chris.
sir, but we do have a committee right now. You're saying we need one?
You go ahead and finish. I'll wait till you get through.
I'm just letting
You
you
can
know. we do
interrupt
have a-
everybody else, you might as well interrupt me. That's all I had, Amanda, thank you.
So with that done, this committee is right here to talk about the opioid funds. Just letting you know, this body is the one that does that right now. Mr. Neesmith, you are on that committee currently.
Ms. Noe, you know you're not supposed to be doing that, and I do not want to catch you doing it again. Okay. Anyone else? Yes, sir. Okay. Okay. So I would entertain a motion to fund the work jailhouse out of the opioid money. Do I have a motion?
Motion.
Motion by Ms. Ahern. Do I have a second?
Second.
I'll second.
Mr. Walker.
You don't want my second?
It already seconded.
Let me get the tab number.
Yeah, the work.
I messed mine up, got them mixed up, I believe. Here it is. New Hope, Mergers. Be tab 58-4. 58-4. Had a motion by Ms. Ahern. Second by Mr. Walker. Any other discussion? Ms. Howe?
So the women's jail to work is $200,000.
Yes.
Okay, and I
It'll-
agree, I think it's a necessary program, thank you.
It'd be saving us $100,000 is what it'd be saving. Any other questions?
I have
All-
one, please.
Yes.
If I understood Miss Amanda correctly, in the past, we pulled 100,000 each time from general fund and 100,000 from that. How much longer do you think that'll last for us to be able to use that opioid?
Well, we have a schedule from the state, and for the next 4 to 5 years, I think we're supposed to keep getting reoccurring payments. I'd have to look back at that schedule to tell you for sure about the amounts of funding for the next 5 years, but there is a schedule for the pharmaceuticals and for the money coming from the state.
Thank you for the information, ma'am. You're very knowledgeable, thank you.
I would think somewhere down the line it is going to end. It will end eventually one of these days. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. And we'll go back to tab Go back to tab 58 at the top of the page. It will be the volunteer fire departments. Do I have a motion on funding of some kind?
Again, can we get, before we go through this list, can
Okay.
we get a clarification on what
Okay.
is necessary and/or agreed to?
Mr. Long, I make a motion that we give
Wait.
the,
Wait just a second, Mr. Neesmith. He wants clarification on what we're obligated to. Can you give us that? Which lines?
We're not obligated to anything. Excuse
Well,
me? Oh, the
yeah.
animal shelter. I'm sorry. I thought it was volunteer fire departments. I
I
messed
think,
up.
Mike, you're wanting for all of those
On
listed.
Of this page.
Okay. So of
what
all
we're-
those listed, and Chris, you jump in if,
Yeah.
but 911, we have a agreement with them and a maintenance of effort. Yes, yes. We can't,
Do we know how much that is?
You can't give them no more, no
No
more,
less.
no less
Right.
than you did last year.
so this year we're in now, we funded them 270,752. So you can't go any lower. The health department, the one that's 66,267, that is not optional. We have a contract with the Humane Society. We have a maintenance of effort with the library for operational costs. So, for example, this year they received $386,000, so you can't go below 386. Yes, ma'am.
Now, when I was looking, I had written down that also included a 5% pay rate, cost of living.
What's in the proposed budget, but as far as requirements go, all you are actually required to fund them is their current level. So this year, they're receiving $386,000. So technically, we are not obligated to fund them more than that. We tend to coordinate with the city on that because the library asked the city and the county for the same amount of increase, and I can tell you that the city has voted to increase it 5%. So, again, we're not contractually required to give them more than what they're getting this year.
Does everyone understand those?
Oh, and I'm not done.
I'm sorry.
So,
Sorry.
the Forest Service, Mike, that's technically not optional. That's where people call in to get burn permits. So we have to fund that. And so the Joint Economic Development Board and the tourism one, you all have already actually voted on those Monday night. And the Joint Economic Development Board, there is a TCA code that pertains to funding for that.
The quick question, I'm sorry. Question.
Yes.
Ms. Amanda, you mentioned Economic Board and the TCA code. Does the TCA code require, what is exactly required for that?
I can't tell you. I do not know.
I'd like to see how they spend their money. I know our mayor sits on that board, and I'd really like to know how they spent what we gave them last year.
Does everybody understand the ones that Mr. Richardson was asking about?
Sir,
Yes.
did you say we do have a contractual agreement with the Humane Society?
Yes.
For the 300,000, we give them currently $25,000 per month. And that, okay, and Mike, you asked about that. That is split with the city.
So we're obligated for half of that.
Yes.
We pay the bill, but
We pay the bill, but yes,
they reimburse us half.
that's correct.
Okay.
Does that answer everyone's question then?
No.
All right. Let's go back to 58, top of the page. We'll start with the volunteer fire departments. Last year we funded $75,000 and the request this year is $80,000. Do I have a motion?
I'll make the motion.
Mr. Long.
Go ahead. I'll second it.
I make a motion, this is the best money Hamlin County spends on their citizens. It's $5,000 for each one of them, that's gonna cost us $20,000 more. That's $80,000 for fire protection throughout the
Amen.
county.
Amen.
I make that motion.
We have a motion by Mr. Neesmith. Do I have a second?
I'll second it. Money well spent.
Second by Ms. Green. Any discussion? Mr. Richards.
I went through the information I could find, and I know they're a good cause. And it looks to me like the four entities, they spend less money, with the exception of one, on training than they do on recreation. Firefighter recreation, they have a fundraising event. It looks like, you know, one of them raised $500 after spending, you know, $11,000. The most profitable one was East End. It looks like, from information I could find, they scored with $29,000. But I went through the maintenance and the training and the utilities and the fuel and the gear. They all had an opportunity to get a grant this year for some, I think it was almost $50,000. One of them, I think, took advantage of that and got a truck. We funded trucks for several years now. I think it was the last 7 years they came to us, and 7 years ago they asked for a truck, and we started that process, but it's grown to something every year. What I'd like to see is to be able to say we can fund some money for the fuel and the gear and the training and reduce that number by quite a bit. I know it's a good cause. They're all good causes on this tab 58, but somehow we're going to have to do some tough work here and cut some costs.
Anyone else? Ms. Howe?
Yes, I remember taking, going over to, in Gatlinburg to watch my granddaughter play volleyball, and, here we go, and I thought, wow, what's this slowdown? The volunteer fire department was out there with the bucket, okay. So we put some money in, and then we go on a couple of miles and turn in and watch the volleyball. Then, as we're leaving, they're still there, and so, of course, we put in some more money there. And I thought, my golly, here is an entity that is doing a fundraiser themselves, and they're yes, we need them, and they're deserving, but if you're spending a lot of money for recreation, we need you to fight that fire, to be trained, to have the fuel and the gear to do so. But I would like to see some of our nonprofits do a little more fundraising and themselves, help themselves. I don't know if it's legal to be out there with the bucket anymore in Hamilton County, but that sure impressed me. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Howe. Ms. Green?
Thank you, sir. Most cases, from what I know, when my little brother was a firefighter before he passed, from where he had fooled with the asbestos and so forth in the fires of cancer, they do not have enough money to foot the bills like they need to. And this keeps our insurance, as far as fire insurance in our homes, down. Now, for us that live in the county, we don't have the luxury of fire hydrants close by. They have to be able to bring it in. I've never had to use them, and praise God for that, but I've worked many wreck scenes with them, and they step up, they do everything they can do to help everybody on that wreck scene. So, to me, it's money well spent.
Mr. Holmes?
I agree. That is a good thing, but I think the point we have to look at, and we can pat them on the back, and we can buy them all the gear they need, all the fuel they need, train them. But these figures that Mr. Richardson talked about, I mean, they're having picnics and cookouts. They're spending more money on that than they are training. And the money we're giving them is going toward that. So we're essentially asking the taxpayers of Hamilton County to provide recreational activities for the volunteer fire department. I don't begrudge them, but I'm just saying we're trying to chip away at pennies everywhere, trying to save the county money. And even though they do a marvelous job, great job, you know, everybody has to tighten their belt, and I think that includes our fire departments, the volunteer fire department. I commend them. I'm glad they're there, but at the same time, I don't think they can take our money and flip burgers and have a fun time on taxpayer money.
Anyone else? We have a motion on the floor. We'll do a roll call, please.
May I have what's
Yes.
the motion again?
Motion is to fund for $80,000 per.
Can we make a motion to, do we have to do that motion first?
Yes, we have to do this motion first.
Can we make an amendment, is that what you said? Could we amend it 5,000 and bring it down to 75,000 as it was last year?
I think you can only do
Are you
that.
making that as a motion to amend?
Yes, sir.
Okay, I have a motion to amend to go back to 75,000 last year's funding. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second by Ms. Howe. Let's do a roll call, please.
Clarification before you do roll call, sir.
Yes.
We are voting on her amendment only, not the original
Amendment only,
motion.
yes.
Thank you.
Amendment only.
Debbie,
Yes.
Jamie Carden,
No.
Edna Green,
No.
Stan Harble,
No.
Bobby Hahn,
Yes.
Tim Horner,
No.
Peggy Howe,
Yes.
Rodney Lund,
Yes.
Wayne Neesmith,
No.
Mike Reed,
Yes.
Mike Richardson,
Yes.
Kyle Walker,
Yes.
seven yes. Five no. Two absent.
Motion fails because now we'll vote the original motion. We have a first by Mr. Neesmith and a second by Ms. Green. Let's do a roll call, please. 80,000, yes.
Debbie Ahern,
No.
Jamie Carden,
Yes.
Edna Green,
Yes.
Stan Harble,
Yes.
Bobby Hahn,
No.
Tim Horner,
Yes.
Peggy Howe,
No.
Rodney Lund,
No.
Wayne Neesmith,
Yes.
Mike Reed,
No.
Mike Richardson,
No.
Kyle Walker.
No.
No. Five yes.
Motion fails. All right. We can't keep sitting here tonight and not passing anything, or we're gonna be going plumb into July and August. We also have to realize that we're sitting here tonight and nobody wants to raise property taxes, period. Nobody. You can say you don't want to raise them, but then when you're voting for increases in the budget, you got to come up with that money. So you need to try to decide how you're going to come up with the money. Ms. Ahern?
Mr. Chairman, may I make a motion to split the difference? Instead of raising 5,000 to 2,500.
Put that in the form of a motion.
Yes, sir.
We have a motion on the floor for 77, what would that be, 77.50? Do I have a second?
I'll second.
Second by Ms. Carden. Any questions? Mr. Walker?
Mr. Richardson, so when you did your numbers about this, how much were they spending in gas, maintenance, training versus what they were spending on what you call unadded expenses?
Entertainment.
So, this is a real quick summary here, but somewhere between, 40 on the, let's see, 12, 20. 35 to 50,000, depending on where you're looking. And if these numbers are real, I mean, I've taken them off of the information I found.
Right.
And it's hard to decipher some of it, but you just look down the line item and see, I think $50,000 would cover, more than cover it. 35 would be on the bottom end of it for their training, their maintenance, their utilities, fuel, and gear.
So we're talking about a big difference between 70 and 50. And I mean, I understand that our volunteers are volunteers. So they have to have some reason to come be a volunteer. And maybe that's the picnic or an extra activity. But I do agree, like you said, Ms. Howe, that's where the fundraising comes in. You go raise money for $5,000 to have a substantial picnic or something extra. I mean, you know, the reason I'm where we're at is just like, you know, we said, we got to make some cuts and not just here, it's going to be all the way down the board. And if we don't make some drastic cuts, this is why we're in the bind we're at. I mean, and, you know, we all seen this from the police department. You know, we're going to have to give some money to some people. I hate that we need to do a drastic cut, but, you know, my reasoning was I felt like 75 was too much, and I really thought 80,000 was too much. I mean, you know, could they do it for $60,000 and still have that extra $10,000 leeway to make difference? And if they have struggles, they can always come back to the commission halfway through the year and say, you know, there's a need. I mean, or do we do like we've done in the past with the animal shelter? We'll do 50, and if you raise 10,000, we'll match another 10,000 to take it to $60,000. Could we do that? Chris?
Yes, you can. You can do that. To ask a nonprofit to come back if they need more, they're going to line up for you.
I understand that.
They're going to line up if you give them what they got. I mean, obviously, if there's a need, volunteer fire departments, you know, Mike's done some homework here. It's one of those things I feel like you got to fund. I just.
Well, I think we need to fund them too, but to what extent? I mean, that's my
for this
own.
body to decide. I mean, if
I
they.
mean, do we know what they had left fund balance from last year?
I don't have that number in front of me, no.
Okay.
I don't.
Someone had $40,000 in the bank.
Mr. Carden.
The question, I mean, generically, everybody on this list, do they provide us any form of a budget? Any document, I mean, like Mike's got what he has there, of all the people that are on, is there anything other than their presentations?
Not everybody has.
I mean, I'm not being critical, I mean, every one of these people need money.
Most
How much do
everyone
they need?
does
Right.
provide some
Right.
form of
Yeah.
financial
I'm not
statement.
here to say how they spend their money, I am, we are, right? But we're asking this of one department, and we have all these rest to come also, and there's no tickets to go with it either. And we're providing for whomever's coming next, right, that we're gonna ask. And that's, is it right this year? Doesn't sound right. Does it need to be different next year? Very possibly, right? And that's where I'm at on that.
Mr. Neesmith.
Mr. Richardson, you know which fire department's having all these parties and games, and is all four of them doing this, or you?
They all have some sort of firefighter, you know, recreation on it. This was, you know, just information I gathered off of the website that I found on their budget or whatever. You can look at it too.
Well, I noticed a lot of the fire departments, like South Marshtown Wit, they've had a rodeo for 30 years. They knock it down, they was having a fundraiser, 35 and 40,000. West Volunteer is one of the big ones. And then these other boys on the east end or north end, they have a big barbecue. How you know that money's not coming out of their money they're raising their barbecue, or a rodeo ticket, or bingo?
You know,
They had a list of their revenues and they had a list of their expenses. And, and again, it's probably, could be old information, but I just got it off of what I found.
So you saying about all four of them are doing the same thing?
This, again, training, $1,000, $5,800, $2,200, $2,400. They're all about the same. A couple of them had some higher expenses in some maintenance and gear, but it looks like they may have thrown something else in with it. But it wasn't clear what it was. It just had a line item, you know, bucket, whatever. I know they're a good cause. We need them. We have to have them. I would make a motion that we fund them
But,
$50,000.
We've got a motion on the floor.
I will point out
David,
one thing
I'll
that,
get to you.
for example, there's a rotating grant, community development block grant, that we buy a fire truck for each one of them. Well, the last one that they got, it did not fund it entirely. South Morristown paid the difference. So, I mean, some of their money they used in that Mr. Neesmith brought up their fundraising effort. Well, they were able to do that without having to come to us. So, it's a balancing act. And this body has got a big question in front of them. I just thought I'd give you that bit of information.
Ms. Al.
Yes, sir, thank you. And I don't look at these votes where the votes failed. I look at it as us trying to come to that compromise. I mean, we're all struggling because I agree with, we are blessed to have these many organizations that help our citizens. But our citizens have, as again, I'm gonna use that example, have done their due diligence. They pay their taxes and they buy things in Hamlin County and they provide sales tax and they're limited too. And they have a budget. And I'm glad we do buy that fire engine. We need that. They need that. But everybody has to enjoy a little less funding this year because it's either that or raise taxes. Thank you.
Mr. Reed?
I think, when you submit a budget, and I've submitted budgets for several years, you always put some things in that budget that you hope to get, but you know you probably are not going to get. And you know that going in. If you get it, well, then that's a plus. But most of the time, you're not going to get it. I think most of these people that have submitted budgets, they've got stuff in there they can do without. But if they get it, then that'd be a plus for them.
Anyone else? We have a first and a second.
Do you care to restate the motion for us?
Motion was to fund $2,500 extra dollars over the 75.
So it'll be a total of
77.
750. Okay, thank you.
Let's do a roll call, please.
Debbie Ahern,
Yes.
Jamie Carden,
Yes.
Edna Green,
No.
Dan Harville,
Yes.
Bobby Hahn,
Yes.
Tim Horner,
Yes.
Peggy Howe,
No.
Rodney Long,
Yes.
Wayne Neesmith,
Yes.
Mike Reed,
No.
Mike Richardson,
No.
Al Walker.
No.
Seven yes.
Motion fails. Anybody else to entertain a motion? Folks, we are a body that's responsible to this community, and well, it's not 14 here tonight, but there's compromise has to be done for us to move forward. Ms. Hal?
Yes, sir, I'll make a motion that we fund this at $65,000 per.
Have a motion for 65,000. Do I have a second?
I'll second that.
Second by Mr. Richardson.
Question.
Mr. Neesmith?
Where do you wanna cut them 10,000, Peggy?
Yes, sir. You know, I hate it, but I also remember that I get some, my volunteer fire department sends me a letter and says, I hope you will contribute, so I know a lot of those go into the trash, and I just write a check. So I know that I pray I don't need them. But we're in a tight spot. I need them to be tight, and our citizens are being asked a lot.
Anyone else? Do a roll call, please.
Debbie Ahern,
Yes.
Jamie Carden,
No.
Edna Green,
No.
Stan Harville,
No.
Bobby Hahn,
Yes.
Tim Horner,
No.
Rodney Long,
No.
Laney Smith,
No.
Mike Reed,
Yes.
Mike Richardson,
Yes.
Kyle Walker.
Yes.
Peggy Howe.
Yes.
God bless your heart.
6 yes.
I can't make a motion from this chair, but I can say something. Motion fails.
I think you,
We're sitting here in a dilemma.
I think you
So-
can make a motion from that chair, can't you?
No, I cannot. But I can make a suggestion. We're sitting here, we funded them for the last, how many years, Mr. Mayor, at $75,000?
Amen.
I think the logical thing to do would be fund them at $75,000 and tell them, we need, I'm not gonna be here next term,
I'm not either.
but I think we fund them at that amount, do not raise it to $5,000. That saves $20,000. And we tell them, this commission, the future commission tells them, hey, you're going to have to bring us better records than that. Bring us proof to it. I think we got to have some kind of compromise.
Question, sir, are we gonna do that with every nonprofit? Since we haven't in the past?
I think your other nonprofits are different than these here.
You making that motion, Ron?
No, I cannot make that motion from this
I'll make
chair.
that motion.
I'll second.
Second, Mike Reed. I'm running out of paper to write my motions. Any discussion on that? Let's do a roll call, please.
Debbie Ahern,
Yes.
Jamie Carden,
Yes.
Edna Green,
Yes.
Stan Harville,
Yes.
Bobby Hahn,
Yes.
Tim Horner,
Yes.
Peggy Howe,
Yes.
Yes.
Wayne Neesmith,
Yes.
Mike Reed,
Yes.
Mike Richardson,
Yes.
Kyle Walker.
Yes.
Just took a suggestion.
Thank you, Rodney.
Consistency.
Motion passes. Now we'll move to the Hamlin County Emergency Communication District. Last year, we funded them at $270,752. They cannot be funded any less than that this coming year. So do I have a motion?
The motion, say it again, sir.
Wait just a second. Wait just a second. I keep getting my papers mixed up.
I think he's on him, next one down, 316. Hamlin County Emergency Communications.
270,752, okay.
I've got everything right here.
This is the one I want, 422.
Which number?
We can't go less than 270.
Yeah, we pulled it out. I'm sorry.
Correct. This is this, right? 270. Oh, I know. I thought you said something else, I'm sorry.
It will be tab 32-9. 39-2, excuse me.
I thought he said 39 too.
39.
Okay, thank you.
We funded them at $270,752 last year. And they're asking for $422,037. Do I have a motion?
I make a motion we fund them what we did last year.
Have a
Second.
motion. We have a second by Mr. Reed. Any discussion? Roll.
I got a question.
Yes.
What's their fund balance, Amanda?
Mr. Neesmith, I don't have the actual number, but it's a little over $2 million what they have. But I want to say what is fixing to take place is they're going to renovate the current health department when they move. That most of that money will be used for that renovation. With the walls and things they have to do, they have to get that building classified as just like a weather station. It has to be hurricane proof basically. So they'll be drawing off their fund balance quite a bit to do that.
They drawed it down when they bought it, didn't they?
Yes, sir, they did.
How many million they could draw down? About 4 million?
No, sir, $1.1 million they paid the county.
I knew it was
Yeah.
nearly 4 million for the.
And to add to that, them renovating that, the city of Morristown has, I think they're going to fund them a 15% increase.
This is the first time the city's done this, isn't it?
No, sir, they do every year just as we do. We split the difference in that balance.
Well, I stay with my motion.
Ms. Howe?
Yes, their fund balance is $2,301,000. And
2.3 million.
it'll be gone, just as the mayor mentioned, when they have to renovate. They will not ask for, they'll go in there and renovate that building themselves.
We might have to do that for a while.
Mr. Hall?
I was talking to someone today that informed me that they were told that they would not answer calls from the juvenile. And I don't know that that's illegal necessarily, but if that's the truth, and this person seems to think it is, and it seems to be at least, I don't know, unethical.
I think that needs to be addressed with their board, and I'm not sure, I think there's some misunderstandings there that they need to discuss on that. And as far as not taking a call, I do think they take the call. I think there is a discrepancy as far as how that's been handled. I can't answer that. I know the complaint as well. I've not heard the end of that, but I do believe that's something that the 911 board needs to address if there's an issue and get that figured out.
I just don't want to be held hostage.
No, sir.
We won't take your calls if you don't, look favorably upon us. I don't know if we can do this or not, but this is certainly one of those things that I'd like to table until Monday, and maybe we can get Mr. Carpenter in here to address some of these things.
That's absolutely your prerogative.
I make that motion. Well, I know we got a motion.
Got a
over here.
motion on Ms. Howe.
They'll take that call, but in one of the counties, when the governor didn't sign that bill to add on an extra $5 a year, one of our neighboring counties, they're gonna take the call, but remember that they not only take the calls, usually under 2 seconds, but they also dispatch. And in the other county, they're going to say, here's the number, or let me see if we can get someone. Right now, if you call 911,
They'll
they're gonna
contact them.
answer that, what's your emergency, and when you say, they're gonna push a button. Yeah,
That wasn't what I was told.
oh, okay.
I was told that that the juvenile courts were told
Wow,
that we will not answer your call. That's what I was told.
okay.
And in Hamlin County, and if that's the truth, then, like I say, I'm not saying it's illegal, but to me, that's highly unethical. And I don't want somebody to say, if you don't do this, then we're not gonna do that. Because then what's the purpose?
That's impossible to do. They'll have to answer the phones no matter what.
Well, I understand answering the phone, but acting on it, I guess you might say.
Right.
But,
They'll have to take a call.
yeah, I mean, they don't know who's calling. I guess.
Yeah.
But that's what I was told, that was a concern, and I just think, I know we got Mr. Neesmith's motion on the table, but, I just think this is something we can put off until.
You can
Monday.
amend it. You can amend my motion.
Yeah, I can amend his motion, I suppose. And my amendment would be that we table this until Monday, and we try to get Mr. Carpenter or the board or whatever to react to this.
We have a motion to amend Mr. Neesmith's motion to table it and have Mr. Carpenter appear June the 8th. I'm quite sure June 8th is going to be necessary. So, do I have a second?
Second.
Second by Ms. Howe. Any questions? Mr. Neesmith.
We need to have our questions ready for the man, because they put it on social media that the numbers have changed.
They have.
If you want to talk to one person, you call this number. If you want to talk to administrative, you call this number. So there has been something on social media.
Okay.
You're right, Bobby.
Any, Ms. Green?
The difference in the numbers has been there for many years. Most people just wasn't aware of it. The towing companies have one that they reach out to, and I'm talking from experience, folks, that they reach out to if they need this, that, or t'other. But in their defense, I have been in other counties and called, and they reached out to that county and took care of it. We had to go all the way to Mooresburg to pick one up for a blind person. And they've reached out to those folks for us, so they have definitely done their jobs and done it well. They reached out to the other counties. They did not tell me I needed to telephone call this or telephone that. They took care of it.
Anyone else? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Oppose?
Oh,
Ms. Green, did you oppose?
I did, sir.
Motion carries. That was amendment to table it. We'll move to tab 39-2, which is the EMS. Last year we funded a ambulance for them out of the budget. This year they're requesting $212,000 for another ambulance. Do I have a motion?
Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
can I make a motion to fund what we funded them last year? Instead of that, what, $5,000, $10,000 raise?
So you're wanting,
212, last year we funded what, 207, 500? That's the figures I'm reading right.
$207,500.
Last year.
Yes, that was for ambulance, the first time we'd done that. Am I right, Mayor? For the first time we done that. Of course, city never kicked any in, so I just wanted to get that point out there.
Mr. Chairman, we're not
Yes.
obligated either.
You're not obligated to do this.
Let me have clarification,
Eh.
so, what you're proposing is the $75,000.
I propose we fund them what we did last year.
Which was $207,000, right?
Yes, not the 212, not what they're asking for.
207,000.
But that 207 last year bought the ambulance,
Bought
correct?
the ambulance, yes.
Yeah, that 212 they're asking for is how much it's gone up in 1 year to buy another ambulance.
They want 5,000 more than we give them last year then.
Oh, they're wanting $212,000.
Well, 207, 205, that's 5.
Yeah. We gave them the
yeah.
money last year for an ambulance, they're wanting to buy another ambulance this year. That's why they want the same, they want $5,000 more, because the price went up
No.
$5,000 more.
So we won't buy another ambulance?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Hadn't they got about 10 or 12 ambulances over there?
they're fine on
How many people they got to drive these ambulances?
That's a good question.
You got a bunch of spires laying around?
They got 10
Or-
ambulance, and they run 6 of them at a time. That's what he said.
Got 4 extras.
Yeah.
Yes.
We don't need another ambulance.
So what's your motion?
I'll back off on my motion.
Okay. Do I have a motion then?
Withdraw it.
I'll make a motion, since we're not obligated, to give them 50,000 toward an ambulance.
Okay. We have a motion on the floor for 50,000. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second by Mr. Reed. Any discussion on that? Ms. Howe?
Yes, sir, thank you. So if I'm looking at 39, and I'm looking at EMS ambulance service, right, last year, yeah. I need you to.
Okay.
Please.
What you're looking at right there is the general fund. So last year, we did fund them $207,500. $75,000 came from the general fund, and y'all voted to fund the rest of it from the opioid abatement money. So that's why on that sheet, I can see what you're looking at there. That's just what came out of the general fund. Yeah. So it was just 75 out of the general fund, but total, the rescue, I call it the rescue squad, the EMS, they got $207,500 last year.
We have a motion for $50,000 and a second by Mr. Reed.
Question.
Ms. Are you here?
I'm sorry. Maybe use that $50,000 out of the opioid abatement money.
That's what I was thinking, thank you.
Anyone else? Mr. Richard?
Total of $50,000, or is there more coming from the general fund?
No,
Total $50,000.
total 50,000. Do we have to make a motion to come out of the opioid? Make an amendment, please.
Would you amend your motion?
And the motion for the 50,000 to come out of the opioid abatement.
All right. Mike has seconded. You, any discussion on that?
Question, can it come from there?
It can come out of the unrestricted fund.
Okay, thank you, ma'am.
Do a roll call, please.
Debbie Ahern,
Yes.
Jamie Carden,
Yes.
Edna Green,
Yes, good deal, Miss Ahern.
Dan Harville,
Abstain with cause.
Bobby Hahn,
Yes.
Kim Harder,
Yes.
Peggy Howe,
Yes.
Rodney Long,
Yes.
Wayne Neesmith,
Yes.
Mike Reed,
Yes.
Mike Richardson,
Yes.
Al Walker.
Yes.
I guess the question, that is for an ambulance, towards ambulance only, is that correct? Maybe we should have,
I mean, I don't know the motion went, you're donating 50,000 is what that means.
okay, all right, thank you. We'll move on down to the Hamlin County Health Department. We funded that last year at $66,267. The request this year is for the same amount. Do I have a motion?
Motion to approve.
Second.
$55,110,309.
be patient, please. There's not one. Okay. That answers that question. That's all right. The motion was made by Mr. Harville and second by Mr. Reed. Is there any questions? Ms. Al? No.
66.
$66,267.
This was one of the ones we were obligated for, that I.
Yes. It's the third one down below the fire departments. If you go to tab 58, there was not a tab in this made for here for it, so it's 309 on the thing. Any other questions? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Now we'll move to Humane Society. It's $300,000, which half of that is split with the city. Do I have a motion?
Motion to approve.
Motion to approve.
Second.
Second by Mr. Horner. Any questions?
I have one, and it's not gonna make any sense, but being as we split that 300,000, why do we not just have it down as 150,000, being that's really actually what we're gonna be responsible for?
We pay, my understanding, we pay the bills and then the city reimburses us. You have to budget.
Even though we only really spend out 150, okay. Okay, I was just curious, it didn't make sense.
Ms. Green, up in the top, in the revenue section, you don't see it listed separately because it's in with, where they also pay us back for half of EMA. But there is half of that reflected up in the revenue section. But we have to show the full amount in the expenses because when we pay it and cut the checks and it hits the expense line, if we don't show it all, it would be overspent, that line would, and we would get a finding.
Balance out. Thank you, ma'am.
Any other questions? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Now we'll get into the next one is apps. We funded those last year at $7,000. The request this year is the same for $7,000. Do I have a motion? Motion by Ms. Howe. Do I have a second?
A second.
Second by Mr. Neesmith. Any discussion? Seeing none. Vote to motion. All those in favor say aye. Opposed?
No.
No. Just do a roll call, please.
No.
Can I get, I mean, this is for the 7 for Alps, right? Okay, just,
Jamie Carden,
yes.
Edna Green,
Yes.
Sam Harville,
No.
Bobby Hahn,
No.
Tim Horner,
No.
Peggy Howe. Yes. Rodney Long,
No.
Wayne Neesmith,
Yes.
Mike Reed,
No.
Mike Richardson,
No.
Kyle Walker.
No.
Mr. Chairman, if I may suggest, I mean, to the body, if you disagree during discussion, maybe make an amendment during that time or discuss and maybe prevent multiple votes as far as that goes. You might can settle that during discussion before you take a vote on that.
Wait just a second, Ms. Howell. Okay. Motion fails. Do I have another motion? Ms. Howell?
Not exactly, but it kind of goes back to the idea that the failure is just to, hey, let's look at that again. Is there something we can agree on, just like the mayor said? Is there something out there that, there were a lot of no's, anybody have an idea?
Can we use monies from the opioid abatement money?
Debbie, I couldn't hear you. Could you use your
I beg your
mic?
pardon. I was asking if we could use that money if we decide to give money out of the opioid.
You can use some of that unrestricted money.
Okay.
Just keep in mind, I'm not arguing one way or the other, but when the restricted money's gone,
Sure,
it's
okay.
gone. And so, that now we're gonna, the 50,000 that was just approved for the ambulance, that will be out of unrestricted
Okay.
money. And, just throwing that out there.
Sure, thank you.
Rodney, a question.
I would, okay.
Did, when we look at some of these requests, like outs, did they even show up on the?
Yes,
Did they?
he showed up, but
So how about we give them half this year? I mean, we're gonna have to make some cuts somewhere. Let's give them half. So I'll make a motion, we give them $3,500 this year. And if next year we're in a better situation, we can go back up. But I mean, if we keep taking it out of the opioid abatement money, we're gonna run out of money. I mean, and that's a good pot, but it's not the answer to everything. The answer is, we gotta cut some people off. And
may-
unfortunately,
you putting that in the form of a motion?
I'll put that in the form of a motion.
Got a motion to fund them for $3,500. Do I have a second? No,
No.
no. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second by Ms. Howe. Any discussion?
Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
I just got to say, and I'm from the world of nonprofits too. Worked there for a long time. A lot of these nonprofits have tremendous fundraisers. I get asked questions often by folks that play in golf tournaments and attend galas and do all these other things. Why are you handing them money? Whenever they go out here and raise $30,000, $40,000, $50,000, $60,000 or more. I'm just throwing that out there.
Mr. Richards?
Along with the same lines of Mr. Walker and Mr. Harwell, we don't have to fund every one of them. The funding can be zero. I know that everybody needs and everybody wants. I'm involved with a nonprofit, and it's a golf thing, and they make a tremendous amount of money on it, and they do okay with it. And, some of these may have to be no or zero.
I think your public would argue that, look, if we want to support it, we'll support it outside of that.
Correct.
Don't use our tax money.
Especially if the guy's making six figures that runs the place.
Well, or they're sitting on all kinds of money. I'm sorry, Ms. Green, I didn't.
You're fine, you're fine. May I make a suggestion, sir?
We've got a motion on the floor.
Okay.
Got a motion and a second. Is there any other discussion? Ms. Howe?
In light of that, can we amend it?
Yes.
Okay. We could just say 1,500.
I'll amend it to 1,500. My motion.
You still want to speak, Ms. Green?
Please.
I'm gonna let you go ahead since you was wanting to before we had this motion. Go ahead.
Anybody's got information, share with the rest of us. Some of us are very much in the dark on this. So if you know that they are fundraising and they've got six figures or whatever, please educate the rest of us. I, for one, would appreciate it. I learn something new every day. I don't know about the rest of you.
All right, we have a motion amended to $1,500. Do I have a second?
I thought you did.
I'll do it again.
Okay. Any other discussion? Let's do a roll call.
No.
Jamie Carden,
Yes.
Edna Green,
Yes.
Stan Harville,
No.
Bobby Hahn,
No.
Tim Horner,
No.
Peggy Howe. Yes. Rodney Long,
No.
Wayne Neesmith,
No.
Mike Reed,
No.
Mike Richardson,
No.
Kyle Walker.
Yes.
Motion carries. Fails, excuse me. Clarification, Mr. Mayor, would we have to make a motion to not fund them, period?
Yes, I would recommend that. They've requested, this body needs to act on that.
Do I have a motion?
Have a motion, we do not fund it.
Motion by Mr. Hahn.
Second it.
Kyle? Thank you. Any discussion? Ms. Howe?
Yes, sir. I would hate to have to go through all of these and come to the same conclusion. Is there somewhere we can kind of gather a few together if we're not gonna fund them and get out before dark?
Let's get through this one, and then I've got a suggestion. Your roll call, please, right quick. No funding.
Debbie Ahern,
Yes.
Jamie Carden,
Yes.
Edna Green,
No.
Stan Harville,
Yes.
Bobby Hahn,
Yes.
Tim Horner,
Yes.
Peggy Howe. Yes. Rodney Long,
Yes.
Wayne Neesmith,
Yes.
Mike Reed,
Yes.
Mike Richardson,
Yes.
Kyle Walker.
Yes.
Motion carries. While we're right here, above, one right under it is the New Hope assessment. Was that one of them that went? That's one that has to be funded.
Is that the one you have to give $100,000?
New Hope
No.
assessment. It's the next one down.
Yeah.
I don't know.
It's stepping out in substance abuse as well for opioids, right?
I'm not ready to suggest right here.
Yeah, let's have a vote on that one. This will be for the Helen Ross McNabb Center, the new HODA assessment, and it's $6,600, and we are obligated to fund that. So do I have a motion? Now, wait just a second. We can take that out of open money,
Do we have,
so keep that in mind.
You did say we could, sir?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
And it doesn't have to be used from the unrestricted money. It qualifies for the state abatement
so
funds.
do we need to amend the motion?
It needs to whatever fund you want to take it from, please.
Motion to amend.
To take it out of the open
Get out
money.
of the opioid.
Okay. We have a motion on the floor to be taken out of the open money.
Second.
Second by Ms. Ahern. Any discussion?
Which amount, is it for the 64 or 60?
66.
See, okay.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Go to the Hamlin County Health Department. $115,233. That's the same as we did last year. Do I have a motion?
Motion to approve.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Second by Mr. Horner. Any discussion?
I just got one question, comment. You know, we're building a new health department, correct? No. So this 115,000, where is it going to? That particular one, I'm not sure if it's for the operating costs. It's a pass-through anyway, Bobby. They will reimburse us. The state
So we've got some health department employees over there that are paid through the county payroll, and some that are over there that are paid through the state. So those that are paid through the state, this helps contribute towards that salary for us to operate a health department in Hamlin County. We pay the state of Tennessee for those services.
Okay, very good, thank you.
But the mayor's right. Also, the salaries that are paid by the county are reimbursed by the state. So it's like, it. Yeah.
Very good.
We have a first and a second. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Our next one is Safe Space. We funded that last year at $10,000, and they're requesting $10,000 again this year. Do I have a motion?
Can you remind me what Safe Space provides?
Please.
A safe space?
I'm not able to do that,
Yeah.
even though I sit here and did they show up? I don't think they did not.
Ms. Howell, I may not explain this exactly correct, but for some years, we had an organization in Hamlin County that provided safe housing for battered and abused women and children. CEASE, thank you. And this organization has taken some of those responsibilities for our citizens here in Hamlin County in abusive situations.
Good time.
They're based out of Sevierville, but they
They're not in Hamlin
they
County.
are not in Hamlin County.
Make a motion that we deny funding.
Have a motion to deny funding,
I second it.
second by Mr. Neesmith. Any questions? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
No.
One opposed, Ms. Green.
No, but I can't with clear conscience. They take from our county though.
We'll pick up some speed, I promise you, here in just a minute when I get down. Let's go ahead and do the youth emergency shelter. It was $2,800 was the request. We funded them last year at $2,700. Do I have a motion?
Have a motion. Find them at 28.
Have a motion by Mr. Hone. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second by Mr. Harville. Any discussion?
I didn't know that this was an opioid. Is this an opioid? Okay, just a question.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Yeah, that is. I'm sorry. It's on the back end. We will go to tab 58-7. This is the Marshtown Hammond Child Care Center over across from West High School. Do I have a motion? They are asking for $25,000. Mr. Mayor, do you know whether the city pays any on that or not?
Chairman, I do not. I know that daycare is located within the city, like you said, across from West High School. I do not know their contribution.
Mr. Chairman.
What do you have, Mr. Richardson? This, I guess, is a budget summary or expense, and it says that the city does, Marshtown Hamlin Child Care Centers, it looks like they're budgeted in 26-27 for 21,530. And that came out of it's page 266 out of their budget.
Is there any way to distinguish whether they're city daycare kids or county daycare kids?
I can't tell you that.
With it being in it being inside the housing area.
I would think it would be mainly for those children in that area.
But we don't know that, and we don't know that somebody coming in to work at our factory may not drop a child off. And we could do it at the same amount the city does, the 21,530.
I'm not sure if
Childcare
that's,
is an issue.
Do I have a motion?
I'll motion that we fund them at 25,000.
We have a motion, fund them at 25,000. Do I have a second? Second by Ms. Howe. Any discussion? Do a roll call, please, on this one.
Debbie Ahern,
Yes.
Amy Carden,
No.
Thomas, Edna Green,
No.
Ken Harville,
Yes.
Bobby Hahn,
Yes.
Tim Horner,
No.
Peggy Howe. Yes. Rodney Long,
No.
Wayne Neesmith,
No.
Mike Reed,
yes,
Mike Richardson,
no,
Kyle Walker,
No.
Motion fails.
It might be an idea to put it off till Monday, and maybe we'll discover some more about it and
I,
how and who needs it. That's your motion?
I don't,
My motion. I'll second that.
we have a motion to table it to the next meeting, which is Monday, June 8th. Have a first and a second. Is there any discussion on that? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? No. Better do a roll call.
This is to table that till Monday on the daycare.
Debbie Ahern,
No.
Sandy Carden,
No.
sorry, Edna Green,
Yes,
Stan Harville,
No.
Bobby Hahn,
Yes.
Tim Horner,
No.
Peggy Howe.
yes.
Rodney Long,
No.
Wayne Neesmith,
No.
Mike Reed,
Yes.
Mike Richardson,
No.
Kyle Walker.
No.
This is the time we have suggestions.
Make a motion that we fund them at the rate that the city funds them at 21,530.
We have a motion for 21,530. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second by Ms. Howe. Any discussion? Yes, Mr. Richards.
This is their budgeted request. I'm not sure if the city has passed their budget yet or not. This was just in their presentation.
Mr. Chairman, in lieu of that information, I withdraw that motion.
Mr. Chairman, may I make a motion, please, that, we're not sure where the children come from or not come from, city, county, but I do know that childcare is very needed, and it's very expensive. So we may not be able to do all, but maybe we consider half, so $12,000 is my motion.
You want to go 12,005?
Yes, sir.
We have a motion for $12,500. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second by Ms. Howe. Any discussion on that? Let's do a roll call, please.
Debbie Ahern,
Yes.
Jamie Carden,
Yes.
Edna Green,
Yes,
Stan Harville,
Yes.
Bobby Hahn,
Yes.
Tim Horner,
Yes.
Peggy Howe. Yes. Rodney Long,
Yes.
Wayne Neesmith,
Yes.
Mike Reed,
Yes.
Mike Richardson,
Yes.
Kyle Walker.
Yes.
$12,500. I want to move down to the Senior Adult Center, and what we're going to do we're just gonna combine these two. Since they're both involved, the Senior Citizen Center, they're asking for $11,600. That's what we funded out last year. And then the second one is the Vital Visits at $6,500 last year, and they're requesting $6,500 this year. Can I get a motion for
Motion.
both of those?
Both of them.
Motion by Mr. Neesmith, second by Mr. Reed. Is there any discussion?
May I make a point, a statement, please?
Yes.
I do know, not all nonprofits go through United Way, but I do know the Senior Citizen Center does go through United Way, so they are trying in various ways, and I know they do fundraising, and I know that $17,000 will not fund them. It's over $60,000, maybe even more than that by now, since I was on the board at one point in time.
In the whole,
I beg your pardon?
so,
No, $17,000 is what they're asking for. That does not cover their budget. But I do know they go to the United Way to get funds as well, and I know they do lots of fundraising because I was part of that board.
Just a reminder, you do have to open your books up for the United Way to fund you. Some of these that we've done already passed does not do that, so.
You said you had to open.
Any other discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Come to the Marshtown Library. This is the increase from last year. We funded $386,000 last year. We cannot fund less than that. Am I correct, Mr. Mayor? Okay. They're asking for $413,934.
I have a question. Is part of that monies, is that part for the roof, the extra, is that what they, is that not? Okay. Okay.
Mr. Chairman,
I believe the city approved $405,300 on their part. Am I correct, Mr. Mayor?
The city approved 405.
Yes. It's a 5% increase over last year's budget.
I have a question.
Yes.
So, further down, it says the library capital improvement, that's the roof.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
But now, this one also included a 5% cost of living, if I wrote that down right. Next to the, let me see, yep, library.
That's what they're requesting, 5% cost of living,
That's
right?
big money, yeah.
What it's gonna be for the county, yeah.
Mr. Mayor, is that correct?
Yes, I do believe they did request a 5% increase for their employees. I do.
Do I have a motion?
I don't, may I make an amendment to the motion?
You can make a motion.
I mean, make a
There's
motion
no
to-
amendment on the floor, but
yes,
just make a motion.
I'm sorry. I don't have a calculator. If this 413,000 includes 5%, can we, I mean, 3% is usually the general rule as far as inflation is concerned. Can we look and see what 3%, so take away 2% of that, I guess? No, I'm just going on. Correct, but if the 5% is included in the 413,000, I see what you're saying. I beg your pardon. I'm still thinking though. I don't, yeah, you're right,
I will, if somebody didn't hear me a while ago, the city approved $405,300 is what they approved.
I think we should make a motion to,
That's the 386 times 5%. The 405, 300.
okay.
So that'd be 5% over last year's budget.
I think we should do 3%, I mean,
You can make a motion, Mr.
yes, yes.
You-
That's what I was trying to say, yes. So I want to make a motion that we do 3%, whatever that figure is, Mike.
397, 580.
Yes, sir.
It's 386 times 1.03.
Get that figure?
No, that's the 5%.
Motion on the floor for $397,580. Am I correct on that figure? Do I have a second?
Second.
Second by Ms. Howe. Any discussion on that?
What was that number, Rodney?
I'm gonna have to make sure my brain gets it again. $397,580.
I hadn't double checked it.
Any discussion on that? All those in favor say aye. Opposed?
Abstain with cause.
Motion carries. We'll move to Matt's. It's funded last year at $8,000. Do I hear a motion?
I make the motion we give them what we give them last year.
Do I have a second?
Mats, homeless.
Is that what you said, 4,000?
Same as last year.
8,000. That's what they want to do. Didn't get a second.
Dies of the lack of a second.
I'm sorry, I wasn't paying attention.
Dead because we didn't get a second, right?
Yes.
Thank you.
You're on Matt, sir.
Yes.
Didn't get a second.
That's my phone, I'm sorry.
Sorry, you ain't gonna get a third either.
Well, I'm gonna see if we can move this along a little bit. You may not like this, but this is where I'm going. I make a motion to deny funding for Matt's Helping Hands, Lakeway Achievement Center, Senior Citizens Home Assistance Center, Central Services, Rose Center, Ola Lakeway, Morristown Task Force on Diversity, and Ready by Six. Those are all small. Well, I'll make that motion and we can go from there.
Thank you, Mr. Arville. Got a second by Mr. Richardson. Any discussion?
Question, could you run them by me one more
Please.
time?
It's those first, those next 9 right down through there.
Starting with-
Starting with Matt's.
Start with the mats.
Yeah, then
1, 2, 3, 4,
5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Yeah.
Ready by 6.
Down to Ready by 6, right. Most of those are by nonprofit amounts. Those are small amounts. None of those are lacking, I don't think, in funding. Most either go through United Way or others. Now, I would have to recuse myself on one of those as far as Lakeway Achievement Center, because I sit on that board, but I know their situation, so.
Any other discussion? Mr. Richards?
It was announced on the news this week that Rose Center, Ola, and Encore all got funding from grants. So two of those, Rose Center actually received $181,430, and then Ola received $11,900. And then if you go down to Encore, they received $15,750. So I don't feel too bad about those.
They didn't ask for anything.
Any other discussion? Mr. Horner?
A lot of these are church funded too.
That too.
Want to add Encore to it?
And corporate funding. I'm sorry.
Want to add Encore to it
Um,
with Rose Center?
Good question.
He said they got funds.
Yeah, I would amend my motion to include Encore then.
Okay. The motion is to add Encore to that list for no funding.
Yes.
He amended the motion.
I amended
Mr.
it.
Richardson, is that all right with you on the second?
That's fine with me.
Okay, is there any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. I want to take this one individually. Friends of Hospice, that's a Serenity House. They're asking for $5,000. What we gave them last year.
A motion we fully fund.
Second.
Got a motion from Mr. Hone, a second from Mr. Horner to fully fund. Do I have any discussion? I personally think, and I can give you that opinion now from here, this is one that we really need to look at. Out of all of these on here, I think it deserves more funding than that.
I agree 100%.
I do too.
So I will amend my motion and say 10,000.
And I'll
On
second
that
that.
Friends of Hospice and
I had a
Serenity
recent
House.
experience with them. I was
I
so
have too, so,
impressed, so impressed.
We have amended the motion to fund them at $10,000. I have a first and a second. Any discussion? Mr. Warner. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
No.
With Mr. Gordon. Motion carries. We'll move to Stepping Out Ministries, and Ms. Hale, this is one that you said could be taken out of Oakwood money, couldn't you? Do I have a motion?
Motion that we take 10,000 out of the opioid money.
Do I have a second?
I'll second that.
Second by Mr. Carden. Any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion Collins, second by Mr. Carden. Motion carries. The next one is the Marshtown Recreational Board. We funded last year at $150,000. They're asking for $500 this year. So,
Motion to give them what they got last year.
We have a motion on the floor for $150,000. Do I have a second? Second by Mr. Hall.
Question.
Any discussion?
Yeah, last year we dropped them to 150. But the things that have happened this year, the city has voted for every kid that lives in the city pays $55 per sport to play. But every kid that lives in the county pays $70 to pay. I think we need to cut them from 150 to 50,000. That's my motion.
Well, we got a motion on the floor.
You've got a motion. You can amend it.
Amendment to your motion.
Okay, we've got a motion to amend. Okay, Mr. Hall.
Let me say this, and I know what you're saying, because I got 6 grandsons that are doing that. But the only thing that they will do then is pass that extra cost along to the parents. So,
That's what they're doing now, Bobby.
well, I understand that, but I mean, any additional cost they'll pay, I got 6 of them playing in rec sports,
Yeah.
I understand, but I'm just saying they'll pass that additional cost on down the line.
I'll second his motion.
Okay,
Thank you. And it looks like in 24, 25, it was 300,000, and then it was 150, and there, I think 150, that is a fear, because there are parents who can't.
the 150,000 last year come from, and I'll just be frank,
Yes, sir.
it come from them not giving us 150,000 for the SROs in this commission.
Rescue squad, it was the ambulance.
But they also took away the SRO money. They took away 150,000 SRO money away from us. That's the reason we cut it last year.
It looks like the Parks and Rec city has increased their budget this year by $534,418. Maybe asking us to make up the difference, or maybe, I don't know.
That,
Okay, we have a,
the reason they're doing that, they own everything. County don't own none of the parks.
we have
Play
a,
ball field, nothing.
we have amendment, motion and amendment for $50,000. We have first and second. All those in favor say aye.
Yes.
Opposed?
No.
No. Motion fails.
Make a motion for 150,000.
We have a motion for 150,000 from Mr. Hall, second by Ms. Ahern. Any discussion? Let's do a roll call, please.
Yes.
Yes.
No.
Chad Harwell,
Yes.
Bobby Hahn,
Yes.
Tim Horner,
Yes.
Peggy Howe. Yes. Rodney Lund,
Yes.
Wayne Neesmith,
No,
Mike Reed,
Yes.
Mike Richardson,
Yes.
Al Walker.
Yes.
Motion carries. Go to the Hamlin County Substance Abuse Coalition. They're requesting $25,000. Is any of that through the opioid funds? This could be funded through the opioid money. Keep that in mind. Do I have a motion?
I make a motion that we accept the 25,000 out of the opioid money.
We have a motion for 25 out of the drug money.
Second.
Second by Mr. Walker. Any discussion? Mr. Carden?
Just what's the difference in the gap from last year where it was nothing? They just didn't.
We didn't.
Okay, I wasn't here, so, okay.
Mr. Richardson?
David, to your point, they didn't request anything last year. and we're funding them this year through opioid money. Next year, how are we gonna fund them? So we're, you know, this is historically, once they get here, they always show back up. So just be aware that, you know, the opioid funding will subside at some point in time, and we'll have to figure out how to carry on a lot of these that we've funded tonight with something other than opioid or, you know, raising taxes.
I mean, personally, I'd like to see it back to the 10 amount that it was the 2 years ago, if we were gonna do it out of the opioid.
But let's look at what the opioid money was for. It's for the substance abuse. This is kind of what that money's for. When the money runs out, as commission, you just say, sorry, we don't have that money anymore. I mean, really, when we talk about where that money should go, it should go to these people that are in those situations.
Mr. Chairman, may I amend my motion?
Yes.
May I amend it to $10,000 out of the opioid money
Okay.
instead of the 25?
Okay, we have a amendment to reduce to $10,000. Did we have a second on that? We didn't, did we?
That was me.
Oh.
So we're just,
Do
you
you,
want us to do the flat $10,000? I'll second that.
All right. We have a second. That is out of drug
Take
fund.
it out of the opioid money.
Yes. Easier for me to say drug money. I went to Bulls Gap. Mr. Reed was my teacher, so it's easier for me to say drug money.
There you go. That was our lingo back then, wasn't it?
That don't mean that we was doing drugs in school neither.
We went by drugs. We
All
didn't know
right.
what opioid was.
Yeah. Any other discussion?
Question.
Mr.
We
Neese?
didn't give them anything last year, right?
No, they didn't ask for anything last
Didn't
year.
ask for anything. Or the year before that.
Oh, we didn't fund them last year, sorry.
I don't think they've asked them for a long time, have they, Amanda? Didn't fund it.
Okay.
Okay.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Aye.
Motion carries. Now we'll move to the Forest Service, and that's $1,000, and that is, we have to fund that. So do I have a motion?
Motion to approve.
Second.
Motion by Mr. Harville, and a second by Ms. Howell. Any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Go to the Marshtown Area Chamber of Commerce, the tourism, which is $22,500. Oh, we already voted on that? Oh, sorry. We already voted on that.
Yep.
What about the next? We voted on that? Okay. Next one would be the Imaginary Library. We funded that for the last 2 years at $5,000. Do I have a motion?
Motion to approve.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Second, Mr. Walker. Any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Go to the Marshtown Hammond Library, and this is for the capital improvements. Requesting $92,000, and Ms. Howell, that is for the roof.
Yes, sir.
Do I hear a motion?
I'll make that motion.
Have first by Ms. Howell. Do I have a second?
Now, you readers out there.
Mr. Mayor, can that be funded out of fund balance?
I believe it could. I do believe it can. I'll have to defer to, okay. Yes.
So the city is
Oh,
funded
yes,
92.
yes. This is a dual effort here, and they do need capital improvements that we have to address.
Okay. We have a motion on the floor. Do we have a second?
Second.
Second by Mr. Harville. Any other discussion?
I know there are some issues over there, especially with some sewer issues. Is that included in this? The roof, is it an immediate thing, or can we buy a year or so with it, or?
It's on the verge. I think Mike's looked at it.
It can be, we can wait a little while, but it's 30 years old.
Yeah,
It's been
I get
repaired
it.
once.
Yeah,
It's
I was
not
on board
leaking
for a
now.
while too, yeah.
So
I would hold it as long as we could, but it will be needed soon.
this
You pay me
92.
now- I'm sorry,
Excuse me.
you
I'm
pay me
sorry.
now or pay me later, that's what you're saying.
This 92 did include some plumbing issues. That was part of the what they were going to address: the roof and some plumbing.
I would think that if a roof leaked in the library,
It's a bad thing.
it's a bad thing.
Yeah, they've had some leaks. I know when I was on the board before Mike came on, they had one that destroyed several things of books, several racks of books, so yeah.
We have first and second. Any other discussion? Spend this kind of money, has to do a roll call.
Debbie Ahern,
Yes.
Jamie Carden,
Yes.
Edna Green,
No.
Stan Harville,
Yes.
Bobby Hahn,
Yes.
Tim Horner,
Yes.
Peggy Howe,
Yes.
Rodney Long,
Yes.
Lane Eastman,
Yes.
Mike Reed,
Yes.
Mike Richardson,
Abstain with cause.
Kyle Walker.
Yes.
Motion carries. We'll move to the Hammond County Humane Society. Well, it took us 2 hours and 20 minutes to get through this. I do. Okay. All right. We'll take about a 5-minute break for people to use the bathroom right quick. 5 minutes. 5 minutes.
They don't take your game.
I know it, yeah, because I've got, like I said, my notes have gotten
Okay, let's get at it. So we can go home.
Oh, no, I'm
100.
through.
That's
My
just
page.
that's just the dollar.
Everybody will find their seat, please. We will get
I'm
started,
through here,
but
man.
one of the things that I want to do, I want to go back to the Hamilton County Emergency Communication District.
911.
I'm going to make a recommendation and not a motion, okay? We funded them at $270,752 last year. In order for Ms. Hale to get us in order on Monday night, my recommendation is that we fund them at last year's funding to be looked at after the budget on any kind of increase. Now, that's what the city did. So, is there any questions on that? Ms. Hale, you want to explain why we're need?
So, after the governor changed or vetoed the law and made this change that's affecting 911, they were late getting their revised budget back to us. So literally, I think I got it the Friday before your all Saturday budget workshop. The city also got it that day, and the city has decided to wait until after the budget and look at it then. And not that we're, not looking at funding them, but just that way it gives us time to be sure that normally the city and the county kind of collaboratively look at this. So we are sure then that we're on the same page. Like, y'all could vote tonight to give them a 15 or 20% increase over last year. But I'm not sure what the city's going to do. So until the city and us can come to some agreement, and it will also help me give you more accurate numbers come Monday night, because I want to be able to give you fund totals for you to vote on. I'm just asking that you consider voting to fund them at the same level with the expectation of looking at it after July 1st.
I'll make a motion.
I have a motion by Mr. Reed. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second by Ms. Ahern. Any discussion? Mr. Richards?
We vote this with anticipation of voting up. Can we also vote this with anticipation of going down,
You cannot fund them for less.
or less than that? Okay. The
So-
270 is the minimum.
This year, we are funding them at 277.52.
That's the minimum.
That's the minimum.
Okay.
So any other discussion? We have a motion on the floor to fund them at last year's funding, which is the minimum that we can do. Yeah, that's the minimum you do. If you decide after the budget is set, city can make that determination if you want to raise it any. We have a first and a second. All those in favor say aye. Opposed? Motion carries. I'm going to turn it over to Ms. Hale. She's going to discuss the COLAs and budget.
So, on the projector, you can see I've put in the total estimated revenue that we're basing the budget off of, and the total estimated expenses. And the expenses exceed the revenue by $2,159,382. Now, of that, these items, $396,000 are capital items. So, from a local government finance standpoint, we are allowed to use fund balance for those items. They don't look unfavorable on that. So if you remove those items from the deficit, now we're down to a deficit of $1,763,382. Within our budget, there are several unfilled positions in some departments. One of them is in general sessions. Currently, in draft one of your budget, it accounts for 3 full-time magistrates. And when we met with Judge Collins, he says he does not expect to fill an open position that he has. And I said, well, if you're not going to fill it, can we remove it? And so he said that was fine. What I have done is not remove the whole entire the salary and benefit amount, but left some of that for overtime costs that his 2 magistrates he is going to have may incur. So all that being said, that saved us $48,305. The next line is relating to interest income. So based on the interest income that we're currently receiving, I feel like that we can move, it is 1.792 pennies, or $500,000, from the property tax and debt service to the general fund. Because the interest income that we were using out of highway capital projects, we're going to use the wheel tax money for crushed stone and hot mix. So I've removed the interest income from there. And if I give it to debt service, that's a wash for debt service. But it gives us these pennies that we can move to the general fund. So all that being said, if you cut the magistrate position and we move the pennies, we can save $548,305. And on the information I've given you already, in the general fund, a 3% cost of living wage increase is $524,065. So between the magistrate and the debt service moving the pennies, we can fund a 3% COLA. Anything else, we would need to talk about revenue, where to, as far as the COLA comes from. I was able to get $548,000. So I tried to see as close to $548,000 how much COLA we could give, and it'd be a wash. You could. Right.
This is not in stone.
No,
This is just a
this is
suggestion.
just some information. It's not what, I'm just saying that I was able to, with moving the pennies from debt service and the removal of that one position, it saves about what a 3% COLA will cost for the general fund. Okay, so the General Sessions has had 3 full-time magistrates for the last several years. And then this year, Judge Collins and Judge Jankowski asked for the magistrate supervisor, and they hired that position. And now that they have her in that position, things seem to be working more efficiently to the point that he thinks that he can not fill this position that's been vacant. So, no, he's got it filled, and it's working well, apparently. And he says that he doesn't necessarily, this position's been unfilled for several months, and it's working.
Does your figures take into account, Miss Amanda, whether or not we have enough as far as the sheriff's department for it to function as well as it needs to function? Are we gonna have to hire any more, and is that figured into the totals you've given us?
am just basing it on what we have now.
Okay, so if we have to have more in order to meet the requirements,
More employees.
more employees for the sheriff's department because of the requirements to open a jail, we'll have to have more on top of this?
Well, I can't answer that, but we have some unfilled positions right now within the jail that are required. So we're already accounting for, I can't speak for the sheriff or all the positions, but I know that some of the positions that were going to be required, there is money there for those folks when it comes time to fill them.
Sheriff, do you have full staff? I mean, not hard, but do you have the positions in place to run the jail at that capacity?
The amount of inmates right now I do, but if you remember at the beginning, I cut 28 positions, waiting on the population to come up, then I would have to come back. So I couldn't answer that question either, not knowing what the population's gonna be.
How many inmates, if you would, please, how many inmates have you got right now, being that you said you have enough to take care of?
Today, we're probably around 23 and 350.
Okay,
We generally average around 400 inmates. We are low right now.
and it,
Where it usually stays.
and beg your pardon, but if we go to the 600 that they wanted to initially do when they built this new jail, supposedly to make the county money, would you be shorthanded at that point, sir?
With what I've got now, or
Yeah.
adding the other 28 that I'm supposed to have?
No, with what you've got now, because, okay. So, and technically, if I understand you correctly, you cut 28 positions, but if you went full blast, you'd need those 28 positions, sir?
Correct.
Okay. Thank you. You're a knowledgeable young man, thank you.
Go ahead, Ms.
You
Hess.
said something about making money?
Well, that's my understanding when they first initially started this for the new jail. They thought that they bring in state inmates and possibly make money, if I remember what Mayor Britton
And we don't make
spoke.
money. The only thing we do with a state inmate, once a state inmate is convicted, so we may hold an inmate on a felony charge for a year to 2 years before he's convicted. The state don't pay us any money. The
I'm
day
aware
after
of that.
Conviction, that is when we make $41 a day.
I'm aware of that. I was just answering his question, sir. I didn't mean to be rude.
But it costs what, $39 a day to
43, isn't it?
housing? What it costs?
I've done it, I've Googled that, and it averages, it says it costs about $90 per inmate, per day.
Per day.
But right now, we're getting 41. If we can get tier 1 and tier 2 certified, that $41 will go up by $3 each tier.
And do you have to have more employees to meet that certification? Is the next question.
It depends on the population.
Thank you, sir.
I would ask everyone that has this handout, turn to the back page where it says cost of living analyst. Before you, right there, you have 2.5%, 3, 4, and 5. On the board up here, you'll notice 3%. It does put the budget at $912 and $912,322 in a deficit. Okay, she adjusted for 911, so now it's 761,037. So I would ask for a motion on a COLA. That's with the 3%. Yes.
Have enough of that money, pennies to move, and the salary, the position that we saved, I have enough to cover 3%.
Make a motion to approve 3%.
I have a motion for 3%.
Second.
I have a second by Mr. Horner. Any discussion?
Quick question.
Ms. Green?
Now, that would be across the board, all sheriff's employees, even if some of them were 84,000 or above, correct?
Across the board. Correct. Across the board.
Thank you, sir.
And this is not just,
Any-
not just sheriff, this is all
everybody.
all
All,
county
all
employees.
employees.
Now, we have some that's got an increase of, say, 3% here. So would that take that place, take that money out, or is that still there?
I didn't understand his question.
For instance, one came before us and got a 3% in their budget, 3% increase in employees. You've got a few like that. But library's one, but I think we may have did we take that out?
We cut the library by 2%.
And you've got some others though, that's come up. So where would we stand?
What he's saying is that's already budgeted in there, the
Yeah.
COLA. It's not?
There was no COLA in that except for the, library had theirs figured in, didn't they?
I know the library was, and I thought there were a
There's no
couple
COLA in it, but there is an increase in salary of 3%, 2%.
That was done by their board.
Right.
Right, those folks are not employees of ours, so wouldn't be covered under this.
And I
Is
don't
that
know if,
correct?
you may be speaking about, like, there was some salary lines that had an increase already, but they were the elected officials who is salary set by the state. So if you look at your budget and like on the mayor's line or the judge's line or the trustee's line, there is an increase already because I know, I mean, by law, we have to do this amount based on our population. So those elected officials and appointed, so all the elected officials and then the election commissioner and the clerk and master, those were already in the budget that you have before you. There wasn't any cost of living raise for the non-elected and non-appointed.
Hamlin County Emergency Communication District had a 3% raise in their budget.
That's their board. We don't have control over that.
So we pay that too.
No, we pay
No.
what they budgeted, what we approved their budget, and that is part of
We
their
knocked
budget.
their budget way down. They didn't have to do that.
I make a motion, we go with 3% COLA excluding the sheriff's department.
Okay, you gonna make a amendment?
I'll second that amendment.
Okay, we have a amendment for 3% excluding the sheriff's department. We have a first and a second.
Where will that leave the sheriff's department at then, sir?
Well, they're at 0 right now till the commission then decides what to give them.
Thank you, sir.
Is there any discussion on that? Do a roll call, please.
May I ask a question?
Yes.
I'm kind of confused.
It's 3% for all employees except for the sheriff's department. And then we'll address that.
First department, okay, yes.
Yeah. That number would be less with the 3% of the sheriff's department out of it, but then you're gonna turn around and add it. So,
I'd like to ask a confused question.
okay.
So, we're leaving the sheriff out,
We'll come back and address the sheriff's department. Roll call, please.
Debbie Ahern,
Yes.
Jamie Carden,
Yes.
Yes.
Chad Harble,
Yes.
Bobby Hahn,
Yes.
Kim Horner,
Yes.
Peggy Gott, Rodney Long,
Yes.
Wayne Neesmith,
Yes.
Mike Reed,
Yes.
Mike Richardson,
Abstain with cause.
Al Walker.
Yes.
Motion carries. Now, do I have a motion for the sheriff's department?
Yes, I have a motion. Motion that we give them a 15% pay increase.
Hold it,
Hold it.
15%.
Can I add something to that? So in the last 8 months, I've lost 8 people. 8 patrolmen, not 8 jailmen. So these people, and I'm about to lose 2 more. And every time the common denominator is money. They're going to surrounding counties, Marshalltown PD, THP, and I've lost 2 to federal agencies and 2 to FedEx. So it's a domino effect when I lose a patrolman. So when they quit or go somewhere else, then I have to pull an inexperienced court security patrol and pull someone from the jail to court security and it goes to a new hire. So that is when I pull somebody back to patrol, that's another academy bill. That's 9 weeks of them being at the academy and then an inexperienced person being on the road. So when we're completely fully staffed, we only have 5 people on patrol. Now, they have vacation, they're sick, school, so a lot of times we're down to 4, and a lot of times we're down to 3. If I get down to 3 people, I'm paying 12 hours overtime. We only have 5. And so I'm losing 8 full-time post-certified officers who do pay. I will have unexperienced officers up there.
Okay. Let me ask you this. It has been a concern of mine that we send them off to school, but we haven't got a promise that, look,
I
you
have
know,
them sign a 3-year contract
Good.
to pay that back,
okay.
the academy price.
But it diminishes 136 per month. So, say their contract's $5,000, which is real close, but it diminishes 136 per month that they have to pay back.
If they leave within the 3-year period. So basically, what we're doing is training these officers. Get them hired, get them trained, for them to go to another department.
You know,
Question, Chad.
don't they do this in football coaches where if you go to this other football team, that school has to pay you? Can't we say,
Yeah, no, not like that here.
Nice.
Sadly.
And you know, to bring something up, and we've talked about this year after year with the sheriff's department. We've got to make a drastic change to keep officers in Hamlin County. You know, not only is Hamlin County, you think about it, he's talking about 4 officers on the road, sometimes 3 officers. Our county's getting bigger and bigger every year. So 10 years ago, those 4 officers may have only, let's say, 1,000 cars they passed a day. Now we're passing 1,500 cars now a day, or 20,000 cars a day. I mean, that's the big difference. And we've lacked to, and the commissioners in the past, as well as us, we've lacked that to make that drastic jump to get people. And when you talk about it, Chad, you're still hiring people in at 18, correct?
We've had to lower it to 18.
Okay, so think about that, Hagee. We're hiring them in at 18, getting a 3-year contract, okay? In 3 years, they're 21. Now, anybody will hire, any other county's rules are 21 and older. But the difference is, you got an 18-year-old with 3 years' experience that's 21, or your 21-year-old that's walking the door that you're gonna send to school. Who would you rather hire? And the problem is, we're not just looking at the cost of hiring these officers. look at what we're spending to retain. We've got to spend the money to retain it, because how much are we spending when we hire an officer? We train them for 8 weeks or 8 months, and then they leave. We're losing thousands of dollars every time we do that. And you know, and I'll be honest, when I first came in and seen this, and seeing Captain David Crumbly on this, I thought he was leaving. Okay? And to me, the first thing that rung to my head is, we can't afford to lose him. But,
What's happened in the last month.
right, but what's to keep him when we're not paying him? He can leave tomorrow and go to Sevier County and make $5,000 more a year, or $10,000 more a year. Or Jefferson County. And let's be honest with you. How many cars do we see that we let our officers drive their cars home as a benefit? But so does Jefferson County, Cobb County, Sevier County, Knox County, and they're letting their officers drive down from Knox County to Morristown on their gas, their vehicle, and everything else, and still paying them more than we're paying our officers.
Well,
Where would you go?
we're at,
Mr. Holmes.
we are so much at a deficit here that it's almost comical, it's very scary. They can go across the county line, they don't have to sell their house or move and go across the county line and make $10,000 more a year. They wanna go to Sevier County, it bumps up even higher. We are the lowest paid sheriff's department in this area. Now, we do 15%, that leapfrogs us up, but I'll be honest with you, the other counties are sitting doing the same thing we're doing right now, and they're budgeting, and they're gonna give their officers more money, and they're gonna leapfrog even ahead of us. We had a pretty good thing going about 5 or 6 years ago. We made a big bump for a couple of years, and then we got lethargic, and that gap just, and I know 15% sounds tremendous. But you're asking, and I say this all the time, you're asking guys to put their life on the line to make sure you sleep safe at night. There's no amount of money that you can put on that, and I think it's a disgrace, absolute disgrace. Treat our sheriff's deputies in this county. I think it's, I don't blame them for leaving. They got families to feed, and they look around, they see what's going on. They gonna make more money, they're gonna do it, you would do it, I would do it, and I commend the ones that stay, but this is ludicrous. I mean, this is, when you look at the facts and the figures, it's absolutely ludicrous, I'm sorry.
Well, I sort of thought that
Hold on a minute, Miss Howe. Miss Noe, I'm going to politely ask you to go to the back of the room. You're sitting there turning your phone around. I thought you might have learned your lesson, but undoubtedly you've not. So you can either lay the phone down on the bench, put it down in your lap, or you can go to the back of the room and film from back there. You're always a person on rules. Now, wait a minute, I'm talking. You're always a person on rules. So obey them. You either go to the back of the room or lay the phone down, or Mr. Mullins will take you out of the room. That's a choice you have. Now, I've been politely sitting here watching you. Turn the phone around. Don't tell me you're not filming. Yeah, you turned it off. I'm not going to argue with you. So you got a choice. Lay it down or go to the back of the room. Who is doing that? There's nobody in this room doing it, so I'm asking you to go back there. He took a picture of the screen. Well, you can do that, but you can do it from back there. Miss Noe, I'm going to ask you one more time. Lay it down or go to the back of the room, film back there. That is the rules. You're a rules person. You brag about being for rules. So I'm asking you to go to the back of the room or be escorted out. Sheriff?
Ms. Miller, would you please, oh, man, we've been through this and been through this. just like Chairman said, but nobody would say a word to you if you was taking a picture of this diagram. I mean, this is ridiculous. You can't get business done.
There's nobody that holds a phone like that sitting anywhere unless they are either listening to music or filming. Now let's get real. Sheriff?
Can we move on? We're under litigation with this as we speak.
That's why I really want to concentrate on this.
Just been baited.
Still taking questions, sir, for
You what?
discussion. You're still taking discussion, sir.
Not right at this moment, we're not. You gonna lay it down?
They're asking for a lawsuit.
Ms. Noy, are you filming? Are you filming? So you're just doing that on purpose to cause ruckus? Well, the chairman pointed out that you're moving. I haven't paid attention. I try not to. But the point is that we're under litigation now for the very same thing, and we don't want to go down that road. We're asking you to comply or move to the rear of the room. We're going to seek judgment where you can be banned from our proceedings if you want to continue to disobey our rules. I mean, we do have rules that we ask everybody to comply. This gentleman on the front row is a Citizen Tribune reporter. We know what he's doing, but as the chairman said, you're very welcome to take a picture of anything we have. Film, we ask not. If you film, you go to the rear of the room. That's as simple as that. It's not that you can't. You're welcome to film. You're welcome to film anything you want. It's just not at the front of the room. That is part of our rules. So we're asking you please to comply, or you're going to force us to do things we don't want to do and fight in court again. So we're asking you please, for everyone, just please put the phone down, remove to the rear of the room. Is that possible? Chairman, you can suspend the meeting, and we'll take this up with our county attorney and see if we can have her barred until this is resolved.
Well, no, I'm not going to suspend the meeting over one person that doesn't care whether the sheriff's department gets their raise or not. Because undoubtedly, that's what Ms. Noy, she does not have any kind of respect for this commission or any, for instance, anybody in this county don't look like. We'll carry on. Mr. Hone? No, it's Miss Howell, I'm sorry.
I had thought that that the big thing that you had mentioned was that when we built the jail, we would have a safer place for employees to operate, to work, and that would help retain, but.
Hal, I've not lost no jailers, I'm losing all certified police officers. Seasoned supervisors are leaving.
All right, I'm gonna second your.
Mr. Richardson?
Is it just for the sheriff, patrol officers, not the,
That's a good question.
jailers, corrections
This
officers?
is, no, I'm just saying sheriff's department right now.
You know, I tell you how the move has been in other counties, because the jail, that's a tough job. A lot of the jails and the road officers are starting at the same. If you go to Hawkins County, if you start in jail, you start on patrol at the same time.
So this is across the board for the entire sheriff's department.
Now, we didn't do across the board last year, so are we going across the board this time? Last year it was 10 and 7, am I correct?
And that become a problem because it brought corrections up to, some of them past patrol.
Okay, that's what I,
Do 15.
okay, we have a first and a second. Ms. House, is that correct? Okay,
We need to
need
verify
to
that this includes courtroom security officers, it includes SROs, it includes the sheriff's department, it includes the jailers, it includes the administrative staff, the secretaries, and the jail kitchen staff.
Now, wait a minute,
I want to be sure that I get this right.
now that's a toughie.
I'm saying 15% for uniformed personnel. I'm not saying kitchen staff or custodial staff. I think that's a different, they'll fall under the 3%.
What does uniform, I apologize, but uniform personnel, exactly what does that include?
That'd
I'm
be the
curious.
Sheriff's officers.
So that would can be like Chief Ellis and the rest of them, correct? Would that be like Chief Ellis and the rest of them?
Everybody uniformed, court security, jailers,
SRO.
SROs out there.
you got detectives that's not in uniform, but, I mean, you know, I just want to make sure we
Next
verify
question.
everything.
Everybody.
But
That's what he said.
So there's 4 administrative positions in the, will this include the sexual offender position? So we're talking, that would be 6 people not included. 3 jail kitchen staff and 3 administrative secretaries.
But they will get the 3%,
Yes.
right?
You would have to vote on that here because you eliminated sheriff's department at 3% a while ago.
Correct, yes.
My motion is 15%, for all posts that's certified.
Well, post-certified jailers are not post-certified,
No.
they're TCI certified.
Post certified and TCI certified. Will that cover the gamut? Okay, that's my motion.
Say it out loud again.
That's when they go to the academy.
Okay, so 15% post certified and TCI certified. I'm going to know what I said.
Well, I'm gonna throw a rock because you're gonna have to do 3% for the rest of the staff.
We want to do
Because
that now?
we,
Yeah.
I
Okay,
think
then
I'd do
we'll
it now.
3% for the other rest of the staff.
Okay.
Is that number clicking up?
I don't have a number for the 6 people who aren't going to get a 15% raise, but it will be
Close.
close.
So
It'll go
we're,
down some because you're taking that 3% away, but
so.
Well,
we're-
this is with, so what the number you see now is with a 3% raise for everyone non-law enforcement. And then the 15% raise for law enforcement will be a cost of 1.6 million approximately.
Now, how is that gonna look? You're trying to stay under raising taxes, how?
I mean, you would have to.
Not gonna look good.
You'll have to fund it. I mean, this is our deficit now, $2,049,000. So approximately $279,000, a penny's worth 279,000. So that's 7.35 cents on the property tax rate.
you have to weigh the cost, losing these officers, and then bringing in an 18-year-old, getting them trained, and they're gonna be susceptible to the same lure that the other officers are. You know, a 20-year-old young man, he can make $10,000 more. They're trained, they're ready to go.
All right, we have a first and second on the floor. Any other questions?
How does this, if we give this raise to our SROs, does that affect us with the state? Anything with,
Only thing we'll have to do is adjust how we're paying them. Amanda can explain, but it would just be an adjustment on how they're deducting what we're spending on the SROs.
okay.
The state will only give you $75,000 per SRO.
Right, no matter what.
So if
right.
you have an SRO that, I would, my computer died then. So if, let's say you have an SRO officer with taxes and benefits, salary and benefits, is up now to, let's say, 85,000, because medical insurance plays into this too, of course. So then the state will only give us 75,000. So anything, right, and then any additional expenses that the SRO officer might have, like equipment or
Right.
car, fuel, things like that.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
But they only give you 75 for each officer.
Just making sure.
Ms. Green?
I have a problem with the upper echelon of the sheriff's department that makes 101,000. I already have given them 15% on top of that. Now, those fellows that work the jail, on the road, and the other folks, I have no problem with, because I've seen some of their paychecks and I don't see how they make it. But we gave an officer earlier this year a $10,000 jump that put him up, by the paperwork I have in front of me, to $101,768. He doesn't like much of making what the sheriff makes. So I have a problem extending that 15% that far.
Mr. Walker?
You know, the hopes of this, guys, is that if we do a drastic 15%, hopefully all the counties around us are gonna do the 3 or the 5. Maybe they go to 7. Now at least we can be equal or maybe better than some of our surrounding counties, which maybe we can get some of our officers back. But you know, again, when we talk about not giving it to all of us, all of them, is it fair that I worked, how many years that I've worked there to get to that point, you're gonna drop my pay to being right above somebody that's maybe less qualified from them? And that's why we gotta do it across the board. And you know, unfortunately, to some of our officers that have worked hard for our county and protected our county deserve to make $100,000 a year. If they're saving my life on the side of the road, or my family is held hostage and they're going in there to defend them, by God, they're worth $1 million a year. Okay?
Mr. Richards?
I mean, that's how we have to look at this.
I think we're shooting ourselves in the foot if we don't include the 6 people that keep you guys out of trouble, keep you guys on schedule, keep the food cooked. They plan menus for 400 people every day, 3 meals a day. I think we're short-sighted if we don't include those 6 people.
We've done this before, previously, and it caused all kinds of stuff.
It will, I guarantee you it'll cause the same amount, if not more, with a 15% raise.
Well, we didn't do that last time. We put those employees,
Yeah, I don't blame,
Let me change my motion. 15% across the board.
Okay, Ms. Howe?
She seconded it, so let's move on.
Ms. Howe, are you going to second that?
Yes, sir, I will.
Mr. Carden?
There was one thing or 2 things I just want to note before I came in here, just as related to that number, before we walked in here tonight. Social Security, Medicare, and medical insurance was $220,000 before we even walked in here tonight. That was an automatic increase, period, end of story, before we even walked in tonight. So that number's included in that right now before we did anything. But one thing maybe to consider, I think, to lessen it is, I would think, is whatever we end up deciding is in our capital improvements. We have $90,000 for the roof on the old building, striping the parking lot. We have $40,000 for heat and air. We have a library roof that we talked about that was a budgeted item but not a capital. And then we have 3 new patrol cars. if those could be considered towards cap from our general fund to help lessen that number. Doesn't fix it, but it lessens it.
You're asking if it could come from our general fund? Well, the capital expenses, yes.
Right, that's what I'm
Yes.
saying.
Yes, and we recommend that actually, that you take that from, because it's not recurring expenses, and local government finance will accept that.
Right.
But, anything added to you'll have to look for a revenue stream to take care of that.
Yes.
I like that thought, let's look for a revenue stream. Because I wanted to jump up and down, but you notice I didn't, but when you said something about taking something out of property, the property tax, I thought, well, wait a minute. That's what Commissioner Green and I were suggesting is, well, wait a minute, we do have a revenue stream. Because, I was hoping we'd diminish this a lot, but it's got to come somewhere, unless we say everybody gets what they got last year, fare thee well. And if we're gonna go to, if we're 2 million in the hole, or let's say even 1,500,000 with what's coming out with capital, there is, it's a tough sell to say, citizens, meaning all of us, your taxes are going up. Or we say, wait a minute, we can transfer some money out of property, the fund, sales, you know how that works, okay. Okay, then I'm with you.
Got you, girl.
Any other discussion?
So,
Okay, Ms. Hale wants to make a comment, please.
We did do a salary study last year, and the only concern I will tell you, and I have heard from other department heads, they're losing employees as well. And I know the sheriff, I'm not, saying their job is greatly, I appreciate them. There's a ton of turnover in the clerk's office. There's a ton of turnover in the circuit court office. And when we amend it to include the administrative folks and again, I don't want to ruffle feathers, but we also then have to look at other employees within the county. We have chief deputies who've been here 30-some years where the salaries are going to be skewed. And there's no way, comparing a 3% raise to a 15% raise, it's inevitable. And I don't know that you might want to think about how you're going to address that with other salaries within the general fund if this is how we proceed. And I'm just according to what we've seen on the salary study and the grades and the levels of the salaries.
Well, we do that it seems like every month, don't we have a longevity pay for the teachers? An increase, don't we vote on that?
Teachers and school budget.
That's just every year. Get a step in.
Okay.
Up to 20 years.
Might have to apply for our law enforcement. There, okay. I'm in enough hot water.
Let's do a roll call, please.
Yes.
Jamie Carden,
No.
Edna Green,
No.
Stan Harble,
No.
Alvin Vaughn,
Yes.
Tim Horner,
Yes.
Peggy Howe. Yes. Rodney Long,
No.
Wayne Neesmith,
No.
Mike Reed,
No.
Mike Richardson,
No.
Kyle Walker.
Yes.
glitch. That means we need to,
Need somebody to put another motion on the floor.
Let's see if we can cut that in half. I make a motion that we fund a 7.5% raise for all employees. I agree with Bobby, it's not enough, I know it, but you look at the numbers, I just don't know how we'll make it doing 15. So we gotta do something, we've gotta at least keep our head above water here.
What would,
Losing employees right and left,
I understand that.
we're not gonna have a sheriff's department, so
what would that, 7?
hiring unqualified individuals, I don't feel safe with that. Think of the liability if one of those young bucks decides they wanna shoot somebody unjustly.
They're going at 7.5%, I think.
Doesn't make any sense.
Plus the 3%
No,
cost of living?
no, 7.5%, just,
With the cost of living.
so you're saying.
Right there is 10%.
Yeah.
She'll show you 7.5%. That's 7.5.
And what was 10%?
cuts it almost $800,000.
10% is 1.5. Can 1.5 million, Mr. Mayor, survive without a tax increase? Is there any way to do more cuts?
No, I don't believe so. There's part of that, obviously, our funding model, overestimating expenses, underestimating revenue. We can come closer to that, but it would be very difficult to make that match.
Was that 10% or 7? I forgot.
That's 10% there.
Didn't he say, I thought he said 7%.
He did, but we are giving you two different
Oh,
figures.
okay, I'm sorry.
7.5
It'd be very difficult, what do you say?
To fund without a tax increase.
that is 7.5.
Okay.
Yeah, Amanda, what is that? I can't see. Is it 4 cents? 4.5. So you're looking at 5 cents tax increase with a 7.5%.
We have a motion for 7.5. Is there a second? It dies for lack of a motion. Do I have another suggestion, motion?
Mr. Mayor, may I? I'm sorry.
Sorry.
I mean, we don't know what money there is that you can you give us some idea where we could go without raising taxes?
Well, the initial suggestion the finance director gave, if you gave a 3% increase across the board for all employees of our county, you would not sustain, you would not need a tax increase. And obviously, the work needs to be done with the sheriff's department, and to do that work, it's going to take some more revenue.
It's a tough sale, having just raised the wheel tax, and then everybody's house is now doubled, and I think that'll happen in another year and a half, where they'll go back and reassess houses.
We're on a 4-year cycle now, and the next cycle, we can't see that. Just like sales tax, we don't know what it's going to do. We do project sales tax to continue, and at some point, what you just mentioned earlier tonight may actually be a viable option. It's just I don't feel like we're there yet. There's a lot of needs everywhere you look. I mean, I think of sanitation. These guys they need help. 3% is not going to get it for them either. And a number of our employees. I mean, folks, the reality is employee retention is a problem for our world. It is a problem for all of us. But when we're using public dollars, it's even harder. How do you make that sale? Last year we had a deal that we had to fund. It was something that was put off and put off and put off. We knew we were gonna have more employees for a new facility. It didn't matter what level. 400 inmates, we had to fund 50 new employees. We had to do that. It was just unfortunate timing after a reassessment year, and then we had to do a tax increase just to balance. You come into the office and there's a $4 million deficit, and then we had a 7% increase last year for all employees, 10% for corrections, added $1.5 million to our reoccurring expenses last year. Now, I mean, we're just trying to catch up. Can we catch up? Maybe in a long-term plan, it's really difficult to make this decision. We're using public dollars. Nobody wants a tax increase. This body, it's a tough decision. You've got to figure it out right now. We've got to balance the budget. We've got to have this done before July 1. We have public notices that go out. We want to fund or finalize our budget by June the 25th. That's our plan. This body needs to figure it out. You know, what do you want to do? You got to fund it if you want to go above, and I'm not saying everybody needs it, everybody. But this sheriff's department, obviously, it has its needs, and they've been well expressed. If you're going to do that, you need to figure on how you're going to fund it. I don't think you can cut enough from your budget to fund what's needed. Everybody has need. If you go to each department head, each elected official, you can't cut enough to make this work. Everything that we've got, I think every budget in here is valid. Is it some of it? Mr. Reed said earlier, there's always a little fluff. There's always a little fluff. I'd rather have a little fluff than and then have to come back to the well when you ain't got nothing in the well.
First of all, let me say something. If you gave a 10%, for instance, how does that affect the 3% across the board? Will that have to be adjusted? No, if you done 10% for the sheriff's department, 3% for everybody else, is the adjustment has to be made on that 3%? Does it affect anybody that, I just want to make sure. Doesn't? Okay.
This is, if you do 3%, and then that was 7.5.
Okay.
But I mean, I would just, as far as, like, you're talking about like a salary study, I don't know without looking at
Okay. I mean, here is it laid out in front of you. You either raise taxes, or you can pull some pennies off the property tax from the school system. That's your only two choices. You can't cut enough. You can't cut enough.
I don't think you can.
So here tonight is your decision. If you're trying to come up with a revenue, and I think we need to discuss that right quick because it's going to determine what we do.
So if we took the pennies off the school revenue, is that going to fix it?
Wait a minute, but yeah, wouldn't
No.
That won't fix it entirely. It'll reduce. It'll reduce you from 5 cents to 3 cents.
Still, we have to come up with 3 cents.
You're still raising taxes.
Still raising taxes.
I didn't think the property tax was theirs. I thought it was a transfer of sales tax and you trade out or, you know.
No.
It's not a trade out. If you remove it, their hope is they will replace it with sales tax. If you're talking about the school system. And it's very likely, you know, that could happen. We see and we know there's possibly growth. It's just, it's a game. Excuse me for the analogy of a game. It's not a game, but it's a balance. okay? If you pull it away and something don't add up the next time, then they come back to our well.
Keep in mind that Ms. Green doesn't think the economy will take a turn. We all thought that in 2008. So if this Iran war was to happen to turn upside down, we don't know what the economy's going to do.
That's why it's a balance. You know, a crystal ball. I use the effect of a crystal ball. If anybody's got one, please show it. We need it. And what is the right answer? It's a very difficult decision to come up with the right answer, but there's 14 members. Obviously, 2 aren't here tonight. This body is 14 members to try to collaboratively come up with the best answer that we can with the information you've got in front of you.
You know, we just voted $200,000 in our nonprofits to jail to work. And I commend that. I'm 150% behind that. That was $200,000 for some ladies that have already been in trouble. We didn't blink an eye. We didn't hesitate to think about rehabilitation, getting them back on their feet, and some of them have committed some pretty serious crimes. We didn't think twice about that. Now, the very people who want to protect you 24/7 are asking you to help them out. If it takes a tax increase, it takes a tax increase. This is their county. This is our county. And at some point, and it's not a threat, I've had people say, quit threatening me with this, but at some point, services are going to end or taxes are going to go up, bottom line. Diesel fuel has gone up 25% in the last 2 years. Who's going to pay for that? It's your county. So we want to spend $200,000 to rehabilitate some people, and again, I'm behind that program 100%. But we won't take care of our deputies. That's what I call being really ludicrous. I'm sorry. I'm very frustrated with this. I've sat here for 8 years, and one time we did the right thing. And if we'd have kept up that trend, we wouldn't be talking about this right now.
I guess my
Ms. Green? Wait, Ms.
He
Green,
mean to step in front of him, sir.
you had your hand up.
First of all, if you go with pulling pennies as far as the property tax from the school, you're not going to hurt them on sales tax. They have increased each and every year from 2023. And Amanda and I discussed this morning, and she was like me. She assessed they'd get at least $22 million. But that does not take into consideration the grants and everything else that they have available to them. Now, I'll grant you our deputies are good. We have gotten some fine people. I'll be the first. I've worked enough with them on Rex. I'll amen that without any trouble. But, and they do deserve a raise, but we need to find a way to fund it. Pulling pennies, if we pulled pennies, according to what Amanda told me, Amanda, you are the woman here that's got the knowledge, so I'll have to adhere to you. But if I remember correctly, it was $279,000 per penny. If we pull 8 pennies, that will put us up to what? Okay, will that take 2.2 million? Will that take care of us? With what they are talking about discussing as far as raises and everything else?
As it is, the number that you see there is with a 7.5% raise for the sheriff's department and a 3% across the board. So with that, those amounts, the deficit is 1.2 million.
Okay. And would there be enough to pull that from fund balance without putting us in trouble? Because I know we usually have a healthy fund balance.
I wouldn't, I mean, I don't think it's responsible to use that much in
Recurring expenses. So if we go with 8 cents, that's still gonna leave us in the hole, correct? From what I'm understanding it? Or it will take care of it,
No, 8 cents should put you ahead.
Should
Okay.
put you $1 million ahead.
okay?
2.2.
If we do that, you don't have to raise property taxes. And you were talking about how much they went up. I've had people sit in my chair this year at the tax office that their taxes tripled. Some of them multiplied 4 times. We, our citizens, deserve a break. Now, our officers deserve more money. I'll be the first to admit that. I wouldn't take the chances they take, and yes, they step up. I've had to call them several times, and with the towing company. They've stepped up every time. I have no complaint about them. They're courteous people, they're good people. But we need to be a little bit compassionate about this and look at a way to do it without raising property taxes again. We slapped them with 12 cents earlier in the year. We slapped them with a wheel tax. And I have heard numerous people holler, I'm moving out of Hamlin County. In fact, one of Bobby's old neighbors moved out of Hamlin County besides that, and that's my pastor.
So Mr. Reed, you were gonna say something.
She pretty much said some of the things I was gonna say about what we can do. Can we go back to the nonprofit and take some money like Bobby mentioned? But we don't wanna raise taxes.
Thank you,
I'm all
Mr. Reed.
for the law officers, but we just raise taxes, we don't turn around and do it again.
But our tax rate is still lowest around.
Now, the almost 5 pennies is what it would take to clear that yellow. Does that take care of our raise?
3% for everyone except law enforcement, and a 7.5 for all law enforcement.
All law enforcement.
And that's how many pennies?
4, almost 4.5.
Then why don't we do 10% for the officers? And take the money from the, sales, the property tax? I mean,
4 cents or 8 cents.
Do what?
You're gonna have to go more
4
money.
cents or 8 cents.
Yeah, you have to more.
That, how much is that there? If we did 10% for the officers,
Be 1.5 million in the hole.
but if you're gaining 2.2 million for the 5 cents, you're not putting, that whole number should change at the bottom.
That's not
Yeah.
5 cents,
Eight
that's
cents.
8.
That's 8 cents.
The 2.2 million came from
That's
8
8
cents.
cents.
Okay.
Oh, I'm sorry.
So that's 8 cents, and the number at the bottom still goes to 154?
Would be plus.
1,513,000, so you would have a plus down there on that
Yeah.
line if you did that.
Be 800,000.
There you go.
What does, in doing anything from the property tax side, what does it do for the school's budget? Will they have to come back and represent? I mean,
No, it
readjust?
doesn't change anything.
I mean, that's,
Sales tax will cover it.
It
that's
doesn't
what I'm
take
saying.
any
They don't
money
have to,
away.
right.
Mr. Chairman,
My question would be, what if sales tax don't cover it?
Well, what if we wake up tomorrow and we have no police force? We ain't gonna have to worry about sales tax.
amen. You better
Not
make sure you
saying
got
that I
your,
don't wanna give it to them,
22.
I'm just saying.
I understand, but we can't go on a what if. I mean, let's be honest, we're gonna have sales tax no matter what. People, we can complain every day about the gas prices, we're gonna complain every day about the grocery bills, but
Amen.
it ain't stopping anybody from going to Walmart every day and buying what they're buying. It's
Amen.
not. It's not, people can say, well, I'm gonna move out of Hamlin County. Guess what? For every house that somebody moves out of Hamlin County, somebody bought their house and moved right back into it. I mean, it's just a fact of life.
I don't wanna raise taxes.
I mean,
Mr. Richards?
more than ours.
Mm-hmm. It sure is.
If we took it out of the property tax, and we're concerned about the sales tax, we still have a fund balance of plus or minus 18 to catch up. Yeah, the school system would have a fund balance to catch up if they have any, capital projects they want. Again, fund balance is not supposed to be used for reoccurring
That's right.
expenses.
Right.
So they have to cover all their salaries and whatnot, utilities and all that out of their operating funds. But then if we ran short on sales tax, they could have a fund balance to subsidize with.
Y'all just tell me to be quiet. So I did look in the school's budget for this year, and they're estimating that it says $2,553,359 fund balance used to balance the budget. So they're using $2.5 million this year to balance their budget from previous overages. Depending, and it all has come from sales tax. So this year, we think that they're going to have $2 million extra. So if next year it's $2 million, that's great, as long as the sales tax stays what it is. Now, if they're using $2.5 million in fund balance this year for reoccurring costs, salaries and benefits, then I'm going to expect any kind of increase in reoccurring costs they have next year, whether it's a cost of living or a insurance. I know their medical insurance went up. So anything, it's not going to get any better. If they're using $2.5 million this year, I don't see how, unless there's like federal government money that I can't predict. As long as sales tax stays at $2 million, then I don't see that it would be a problem. And yes, they could use their fund back. We can move these pennies, and we could reduce their property tax because we know they're going to get extra sales tax. But then next year, I mean, it may be inevitable at some point. Then they're going to use all the fund balance that they can use.
So we're talking about moving how many pennies from sales tax out of property tax out of there to cover the $1.5 million is only 5.5%.
5.5 pennies.
And what were we giving them normally?
10% would be what you'd be giving them.
So they would still have 4.5%.
No.
To play, yeah.
No.
Well, now okay. So let's say that they're going to get $2 million. Well, they budget almost 19. $2.5 million is what they'll probably get in sales tax extra. Over and above. And you're going to take, basically you're saying you're going to take $1.5 million of that to fund this deficit. $1 million.
Now, in our household, we make a decision on the information we have at hand. And we don't know that another Helene isn't gonna whoop through here. We don't know that. We don't know about the sales tax. We're going on a history that says, you know what, we've been doing pretty good. We don't know that he'll bomb all the bridges in Iran and everything goes crazy. But today we know that we'd like to not raise taxes. And inevitably, we will, or someone will in the future. It's, if we take 5 pennies,
It's not enough.
and that takes care of our sheriff's issues, and that might be the information we have at hand.
So,
It is the information you have at hand. I just say, you talk about history. There is history. of things happening. And we're creating a vacuum where we will have to answer this bell at some point. It corrects it for today possibly. I just see, to be a drastic change here, it could create drastic measures later on. This body will change possibly even by then. But it will create a vacuum that somebody will have to answer the bell to. One way or another, this bell will have to be answered.
So it's 7% plus 3%. So the sheriff's department's actually getting 10%. Is that correct? Just 7. Okay, that's 3 and 7, correct. Three.
I'll make the motion that we give the sheriff's department 10% across the board and take 5 cents from the property tax to make it up.
I second that.
But does that get it? That doesn't clear it.
That won't
I
do
do.
it.
I thought it was 5 cents, you said.
For 7.5.
Not at
That's
10%,
7.5.
it won't.
So how much do we have to take to get 10%?
8
You have to take,
cents. 5, okay, 5, yeah.
5.5. So let's do 5.5 at 10%.
Mr. Mayor, what effect will it have on next year's budget?
Yeah.
So you're gonna have that 10% raise coming in, so
Well, if you move the 5.5 cents from the school system's property tax into our general fund, as far as I know, it would maintain. I'd have to defer to Amanda, but that covers next year's reoccurring expenses, or it should. But again, think about it. Every year, next year there'll be a 3% tax increase, or a 3-cent COLA. It's ongoing. This is a never-ending process that our endeavors will never end. And but answer Ms. Howell's question, we can answer it today. It'll be facing us again next year.
okay. We have a motion on the floor for 10% across the
10%
board.
and 5.5% from the property tax.
5.5 pennies.
5.5 cents.
Should we vote those separate,
Wait.
Mr. Mayor? I think we should vote those separate, right?
And that's your choice on that, as long as we get done. From what I understand, the motion is 10% for all Sheriff's Department employees. For all. 10% for all. 3% for the rest of our employees. Taking 5.5 cents from,
We done
school
voted on
property
the 3% across for the rest of the employees.
so you can separate all 3 of those votes.
Okay.
Does the 5.5 cover it?
All right.
Is it showing, is it 5.5 that covers all of that? That'll do it. Okay, I can't see it very well, so.
Keep us from not raising taxes.
That's correct. Matt, I have a question. Sheriff, may I ask you a question? Is that a drop in the bucket, or is that gonna help?
I mean, anything's gonna help.
Amen.
And I said it last time, this body has been good to the sheriff's department. We're paying for years ago when we went 8, 9 years without a raise of any sort.
That's why we're overrated.
I've just not been able to keep them.
So it would help.
Yes.
And the other factor is 19 years without raising property tax. You can brag about that, but look what the result is. Ms. Green?
Just to make sure we're all on the same page. Amanda, if we do this, what the motion that Mr. Walker has made, that will cover it, correct? Will it leave any,
We're not, the motion Mr. Walker has made is made a 10% pay raise. We'll vote on the other with a different vote. I want to separate them.
well, my question though is, will that leave any fluff at all if we do it that way? It's all that's left over. That's not much to play with.
How much?
22,000.
That's nothing.
And that's a drop in the bucket. That's repairs for a car.
All right, we have a motion on the floor for 10% for the sheriff's department across the board. Roll call, please.
Yes.
Yes.
Edna Green,
Yes.
Stan Harville,
Yes.
Paul Vaughn,
Yes.
Tim Warner,
Yes.
Peggy Howe,
Yes.
Rodney Long,
Yes.
Wayne Neesmith,
Yes.
Mike Reed,
Yes.
Mark Richardson,
Yes.
Kyle Walker.
Yes.
Motion passes.
Motion passes. Now, we need a motion to fund.
Okay,
We're gonna-
let's talk about this. The fund, y'all, it looks like y'all are gonna pull pennies from property tax for the school system. You might wanna consider, instead of a 3% tax, COLA, to consider a 5 across the board. If you're pulling pennies.
Now, wait a minute. Are you move the COLA to 5 or take the pennies, just do 5 pennies, which is?
Well, no, we'd have to adjust that pennies again. We're just, I'm trying to think of fairness for our employees. Sanitation, road department, clerks. I mean, yes, I'm not begrudging anything. I'm just saying there is, Amanda brought this out earlier. It's not just the sheriff's department that's banging on the door.
Every day, we get phone call after phone call because the brush is not being picked up. The reason the brush isn't picked up is because we're losing people in the garbage side, and we had to take the drivers and move them over, the brush drivers over to the garbage, so they can run. Garbage is, they demand that every day. Brush, it's months behind now. It'll take months to catch up.
Because they have CDL.
Because they have CDLs. And we've requested some funds for non-CDL trucks. But the problem is that even with that, you're talking about minimum payment to get on the back of a truck. 5 degrees out one day and 95 out the next day. Miss Howell was our best rider. She didn't complain. She just quit. But that's what's happening is that, we had one guy quit the other day and went to Cracker Barrel. So he went from one side of the food chain to the other side of the food chain, and with a
Gets
pay
fed
raise
better.
and air conditioning and heat. So we're facing that every day. So any of the cost of living increases that I know the guys would appreciate it.
Hey, Mike, I got a question for you. What if you did what the city did, go to a 4-day week, so these guys could go out and get a job on Friday, Saturday, and Sunday?
We
You
can't
looked at that?
we've looked into it briefly. What it's gonna take is more vehicles and more drivers to get, as long as we go to keep rotating over to the automated side loaders, it helps. But as it stands right now, 4 days a week would be almost impossible. Now, once we get, down the road a little bit with another side loader, we could possibly look into that. But most of our guys do have other jobs. They mow yards and cut trees and those kind of things.
I noticed something on our garbage pickup the last 4 weeks. I've noticed something I hadn't seen in 45 years. 2 people on the back of a garbage truck.
We had that this week too.
Yeah.
That's in District 9 too, in the same thing.
Yeah, so right now, we're training some drivers, and we've got, some people have two people sitting in front and two people on the back. But we can't just turn a person loose and say, go pick up garbage. They gotta have the routes. And so it takes time to get them trained in the truck and trained on the routes as well.
But probably saving too, if
So-
you're picking up on both sides of the road, so you don't have to go.
So just to say that
Mis-
any cost of living increase would help those guys.
Mr. Walker?
Amanda, what would it look like if you went to 5% for every other employee?
You got it right
That's it.
there.
Do we have,
We need to move from the school, which is equivalent to $1.674 million.
So we'd have to move 6 cents?
In addition to the 5.5?
No.
Or no,
Total.
just
No,
go to
total.
six, okay, okay.
Total.
Just- Okay, that's
Total.
what I
If we
wanted to
take
make
those
sure was
pennies
clear.
out, we have met what we promised to the school.
Yeah.
Okay, if there's, in other words, that 2 million, whatever, is kind of like, it's out there. And generally, it's been falling to the schools, and we're saying, wait a minute, we need it for the rest of the community. It's sort of what we're saying. So, if we said 6 pennies,
So I'll make the motion that we move all employees to 5%. And we move 6 cents out of the property tax.
Make that motion as non-sheriff department employees.
Non-sheriff department employees.
Hear the motion. Do we have a second?
second?
Second by Ms. Ahern.
That keep us out, we're in the clear there.
Out of a tax increase.
for the moment.
Out of the fluff.
Still have a little, that first cut off the green.
I hope that sales tax gets here.
Amen.
We have a motion on the floor to take 6 cents property tax from the school system and apply it to,
I seconded it.
yes, that's what I'm saying. I just want to remind everybody, just remind everybody of the consequences. of
Yeah,
everything.
just to be sure, when you remove that 6 cents, we're banking on that sales tax funding them. They're gonna have to, that is their dependent, or it will come right back to us. And again, it's a balancing act. I'm not saying you can't do it this year, but next year could be a whole different story. And you won't be here, Ms. Harrell. Well, yeah, everybody needs to shop local. And we do have growth. I mean, it's, the future does look that it could grow. It does.
Better just go home and pray that hope Trump settles this pretty quick. That's what you better do.
God comes gets us.
All righty, roll call, please.
Debbie Ahern,
Yes.
Amy Carden,
Yes.
Edna Green,
Yes.
Ken Harville,
Yes.
Bobby Hahn,
Yes.
Tim Horner,
Yes.
Peggy Howe,
Yes.
Rodney Long,
No.
Wayne Smith,
No.
Mike Reed,
Yes.
Mike Richardson,
Abstain with cause.
Kyle Walker.
Yes.
Motion carries.
Amen.
Is there any other things you need to mention, Mayor, before we? We will meet Monday,
Oh, thank God.
5 o'clock.
Time to go home, and get a time off.
Adjourned.
Time to go home.